Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Director of Public Prosecutions has approved murder charges against 9 students linked to a deadly school arson attack that killed 16 girls on May 28, 2026. The students will face 16 counts of murder following a review of investigation findings submitted by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations. The decision now clears the way for prosecution in what is being described as one of the country's worst school tragedies in recent years. Activists say planned demonstrations to honor victims of the 2024 and 2025 Gen Z protest will proceed as scheduled. They have warned against the use of force to stop what they describe as peaceful demonstrations and have also raised concerns over alleged plans to deploy guns to disrupt tomorrow's protest. However, the government has maintained that no protest will be allowed and warned that anyone taking part in the demonstrations will face heavy police action.
It is just a peaceful day. It is a day to remember. It's not a day to strike. It's not going to be a day to fight.
Those that are unable to come to Nairobi, go to the relevant police stations within your locality and share a flag. Wave the flag. Share the flower to show that we are spreading love as much as we are demanding justice.
We call upon young people across the country to live stream the event, take pictures, record videos, and share widely.
President William Ruto says the new Finance Act 2026 does not introduce taxes on mobile phones, airtime, or data. Speaking at State House, Nairobi, after signing the law, the president said the act instead provides incentives to promote clean energy, improve transport systems, and support local manufacturing. Ruto also said the law raises import duties on sugar to protect local farmers and producers, introduce a tax amnesty, and expands mortgage relief to include borrowers from microfinance institutions.
A 6-month tax amnesty will waive penalties and interest on outstanding tax obligations, allowing taxpayers to regularize their affairs while improving liquidity in the economy, in their businesses, and in government. Mortgage tax benefits previously available through banks have now been extended to borrowers.
British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has held talks with Andy Burnham as preparations begin for a possible leadership transition in the UK government. The two met on Tuesday for the first time since Burnham won last week's Macclesfield by-election. The meetings comes after Starmer announced he will step down as Prime Minister. So far, Andy Burnham is the only candidate to emerge. If he faces no challenger, he could officially become Prime Minister as early as July 17th. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor!
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome to Radio Generation. This is the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, 89.5 in Garissa. My name is Mugalambuvi. Niko naye City Muga Baria Subuika Kablaza.
Niko sawa brother.
Uko fit kabisa?
Sana bwana.
Umesikia tumepatiwa holiday kesho na kesho kutwa?
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo.
You know what I like about this whole situation? First of all, I think Rigiji said that Kenyans wakae nyumbani on the 25th and the 26th.
Anasema kama nani?
Acha nimalize. So si akaambia Kenyans stay at home, right? Now, the interesting thing, the government said through the various spokespeople that it has, akasema hiyo siku kila mtu atokeze aende kazini. Akasema hakuna holiday, Kenya ifanye nini? Ifanye kazi kama kawaida kama K. Now, I don't know. Then there's this other side of the people who are planning to do peaceful demos, peaceful protests, whatever they want to call them. They are planning to be out tomorrow to remember the folks that died in 2024, that is June. Sasa, ni side gani according to you, City Muga, ita prevail? Side ya Wakenya kuenda kazini, side ya Wakenya kukaa nyumbani, side ya Wakenya kuenda kukumbuka walio poteza maisha yao.
Let me just ask a question regarding Rigiji.
Right.
So, anaeleza Wakenya wakaa nyumbani kama nani?
Kama kiongozi ama kinara ama mmojawapo wa vinara wa upinzani.
Sawa, na sababu ya kukaa nyumbani ni nini?
Sababu ya kukaa nyumbani, good one. Good question. Good question, City. A very good question. I'll revisit that post just to confirm exactly what, to look at it in its entirety.
You see, if there is a protest, if I recall the request that had been made,
yes,
it had been to go and lay wreaths.
Right.
At the site.
Yes.
Iyo waliomba. Na as far as I recall ilikubalika. Ilisema hiyo ni sawa.
Serikali ilisema mnaweza, nendeni, bora mkwe nini, mkwe na utaratibu.
Na utulivu.
Na utulivu, yes.
So, hii mazungumzo yote ingine imetokea wapi tena? Na ni ya nini tena? See, they requested.
Yes, they did.
Wakaambiwa ni sawa. Waende.
Ndio.
So
again, now, yeah.
This other conversation, what is it?
I don't get, man. I don't get it. But, speaking to various leaders, the folks that we've been speaking to with here on Radio Generation, one of the biggest things that they have said collectively is that the current Kenya Kwanza government is scared of anything that is remotely resembling maandamano. Anything that will bring Kenyans to the streets. Iyo now inawashtua. Hata historia kukaa nyumbani, actually I think they prefer that one. Zile za you stay at home, that one they're okay with it. Lakini wasikia watu wanapatana Uhuru Park, they panic. According to the folks I've been talking to. People are meeting
why are they panic?
In the street? Because the multitudes, those crowds, they it's a symbol of something. And that it's like City, it's like not going for a HIV test. As long as you've not tested according to you don't have it. Or a pregnancy test. As long as you've not tested for it, you don't have it. Even if it's there. But as long as hauja test na uone positive, haiko. So even ndivyo our magwiji walikuwa na explain.
If the government has given their okay for the demonstration,
yes,
again, the understanding that I have gleaned from the communication that I have come across is that it's supposed to be a remembrance day.
Yes.
They want to commemorate that particular day, and they want to remember those who lost their lives.
Okay.
It is appropriate that they should.
Yep.
It's very appropriate.
I agree.
And it is appropriate that the government has said, go ahead. Meaning, and this is now in the realm of hope, that security will be provided for the people who are going to.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So I found one of the news stories. This one is by The Star. He says, don't protest. Gachagua tells Gen Z's cites goon infiltration fears. I ask all Kenyans to keep off the streets, to keep off towns, to keep off cities, and stay at home, he said. So, according to him, ni kama anasema if the Gen Zs or whoever is organizing this particular protest decide to go to the streets, they might find themselves in a similar situation like we've been seeing in previous years, where you go to the streets, kidogo goons come with their batons and they attack you, innocent people on the streets.
The conversation about this particular commemoration, is not a Gen Z commemoration. No. The parents, relatives of those who passed away have been in this conversation. It is the first time we've had of this conversation. It is true that we have seen in the past where there's been a demonstration, goons have infiltrated. We have seen that.
Yep.
Okay? Let me then repeat. The role that the police play in matters such as the one we're discussing is to offer protection. So if the police offer protection, why?
We won't have guns.
Yes, or if they're there,
they will be dealt with.
Yes, exactly. So,
I remember last year's commemoration. We had Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene Wamalwa very early in the morning at around this time. It was before 6:30. They went and they laid flowers. At the site of where most of the Gen Zs died, around Parliament buildings.
Yes.
Then after that, they vamoosed. They were like, we are Mutu Party huku Nairobi town. I remember also CS Murkomen came out, did his rounds as well with Inspector General Kanja and other police officers and other county, officers, county leaders like county commissioners and people from his docket basically. And then they left. If I remember very well, CS Murkomen by around 8. He was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, he's a CS. He has things to attend to. But I think there was something else that he was running away from. What I would like to see in this year's man or protest or whatever we want to call them. What do we call them? March. Let me call it march. What I'd like to see in this year's march is the president. Akuje tu tembe na Kenya. If he does that, I think it would be a good gesture. So, there you have it. Today is 24th of June 2026. It's the International Day of Women in Diplomacy. Again, International Day of Women in Diplomacy. Let me just check what it's all about. Women in diplomacy are not only participants in international affairs, they are architects of peace, advocates of equality, and leaders shaping the future of global cooperation. Their voices, perspectives, and leadership are essential to addressing the complex challenges facing our world and to building societies that are more inclusive, just, and resilient. There you know. And then there's a fun fact somewhere here. Did you know women remain significantly underrepresented among heads of state and governments worldwide, with only a small proportion of countries led by women at any given time? This issue of women leadership, who should we really, and I'm going to use the word blame here, but who's responsible for putting women in leadership?
The citizenry of the country.
Exactly. So women present themselves for election or for whatever processes other countries use to determine who's going to be their leader, then the country decides. If the country doesn't decide in their favor, then I guess it's a society problem. It's really not the women. So the UN Deputy Secretary General, that is Amina Mohamed, amesema, we must all do everything possible to ensure women are at the table, our voices heard and our contributions valued. That one, I agree. Another fun fact, female representation in diplomatic services and international missions continues to lag behind that of men, particularly in ambassadorial and other top-ranking leadership roles. Again, hapo tunauliza nani maswali?
Ni tunajiuliza actually. Because the question that we ask ourselves is, what is it that women do? What is the role of women in our particular society?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Once we answer that one,
yes,
we'll understand.
Then the issue of leadership isn't something that will be difficult to figure out, because the truth of the matter is this. Women are leaders, whether you like it or not. Women in positions of leadership is a constant. Yes.
According to this website, they're saying historically, women were largely excluded from formal diplomatic roles and international decision-making processes. Over time, however, they have broken barriers and expanded their presence across diplomatic services, international organizations, peace processes, and multilateral negotiations. So there you have it. Today is the International Day of Women in Diplomacy, 24th of June. Nyinyi hapana sahau hiyo siku. Haya, City Muga, tupatie methali yetu ya kutoka bado tuko Namibia.
Well, talking of women, they have a female president.
Yes, they do.
Yes, she's called Netumbo Nandi Ndaiwa.
Okay.
Okay? You know, there are countries where, my friend,
yes,
when you look at the positions that are have by women, the vice president is called Lucia Witboy.
Okay.
What am I trying to tell you? I am trying to tell you that on this continent, that discussion, even as you would wish to have it, we have women in political leadership.
Yes.
And not in one country, not in two, in very many countries. The discussion, though, has the ratio of men to women. Okay, now countries like Rwanda, countries like Uganda have shown us a clear path where they do not seem to fear the prospects of having women in positions of leadership.
True.
At the level of the cabinet, some even as vice president, Uganda being one such country as well. Yes, so us as Kenya, despite all the chest thumping we go through, imetushinda. We have not been able to put into effect our own constitutional requirement of the 2/3 gender rule.
If I remember well, there's in Uganda the Speaker of the National Assembly, who's also was a woman, was arrested a few weeks ago over what they consider, I think they are saying, corruption charges, embezzlement of public funds, and so on and so forth. And do you know, before she was arrested, there was a public event, and she went there with a very expensive dress, and everyone was like, "Ay, that is our speaker wearing that expensive dress in this third world country." Problems. Hata kumaliza siku 3 korokoroni.
Well, Uganda is in the news.
Yes.
And well, right now, as we look at it this way, they have had an issue with illegal foreigners in the country. Not similar to what we see in South Africa.
Okay.
No. The vast majority of the immigrants that they speak of come from Asia. And the one group that seems to be in large numbers have been Pakistanis. I thought I would just mention.
You've done well,
yes,
City.
that they have decided to sort out this issue. Around 231 of these foreigners have been told
out. Even Somaliland, the country within Somalia, has also told undocumented immigrants to exit, and they've been given, I think, some grace period to leave the country. So countries all over the world, not just America, are also doing something similar.
Not just America. If you look at Europe, for instance, one of the things that they are beginning to experience is how it is that the immigrants in their countries are influencing the way they do things. For instance, the religion that they practice, how does that meld and how does that mesh with the constitution and the laws of that particular country? Just the ways in which they do things. And if you look at the rise of the far right parties in Europe, it tells you, because they are anti-immigrants and they tend to be specific. Most of them are just anti-Africans. Okay?
They're just hiding it under.
But others are also anti-former Eastern Europeans as well. Okay? So we are in a period of time when there's a generation that didn't know what happened in the Second World War. Not really, they read it, but it's far away from them. They do not know the dynamics of colonization because they probably read it, but it's not mandatory reading. Okay? So there are many things that are happening right now. And again, what you're seeing in South Africa and the idea of people taking jobs, do not assume that European countries that have allowed immigrants in are not having discussions of that nature and asking themselves, did we actually do the right thing? Germany is asking that question with Syrian immigrants. Did we do the right thing?
Sweden is doing something similar with African and African immigrants as well.
No. They're actually more specific. The people whom we find being spoken of in the Nordic countries are individuals of Somali origin. That is where the discussion is at. But let me say this, since we're discussing it. The situation that present themselves in Europe is not a test of immigration. It's a test of tolerance.
Yeah.
It's a test of accommodating diversity. Because these people are different.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mimi nime-insist Malaysia.
Go ahead.
Mimi nina-insist Waafrika wanafaa kuamka na wa realize tujenge kwetu kwanza. Because huko nje hatutakikani.
You know, the statement that you have uttered could not be truer. Why don't we make our continent the continent that people want to come to? Not for exploitation.
Yes.
They want to come and live.
Yeah.
As
The same way we want to go to Sweden, the same way we want to go to Germany, Norway, the same way we want to go to Poland. Let us develop our own continent, our own countries, such that the Polish want to come to Kenya and seek, a better life.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is aspirational. And I think aspirations cannot get better than what you've just said.
Amen.
Now the proverb.
Namibia.
Yes. A turtle has compassion, but no milk. Have you heard of Walvis Bay?
No, I haven't.
Well, Namibia, pia inaangalia Atlantic. Okay?
Yep.
Iko Walvis Bay. It's a very famous place.
Okay.
Among the things that is said historically, some of it is probably in the realm of mythology, that on the beaches of Walvis Bay,
Yes.
one could just find a diamond sitting on the sand.
Yeah.
Can't possibly be true. However,
But I heard back in the day it was true.
well,
Yes. Before the exploitation. But yes.
but what am I saying? I am saying that apart from just the marine life and the blue economy, Namibia is really one very rich country.
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay?
It is, yeah.
One very rich country. And to understand how the Germans were edged out, because when they lost the war, they also lost their colonies. Tanzania here was one such place. But as I mentioned yesterday, the South Africans then became the colonial masters.
Yeah.
Can you imagine an African country
Colonizing
another African?
Yes.
In case you didn't know, but that is what happened. 1990, that is the year that they got their independence.
Okay.
From South Africa.
All right. So you said a tortoise has compassion but no milk.
No. I was referring to the cousin of the tortoise.
Yeah.
It's called turtle.
Or turtle. So a turtle has got compassion but no milk.
It's a Herero proverb. Yes. But I myself cannot tell you I understand this proverb.
I can't wait to hear what our guests will say today.
Turtle.
Turtle. Siti, according to me, if I think about it, a turtle is an animal that swims in water.
Yes, it's that tortoise that you find in water.
Yes. And turtles do not have breasts, so they don't have milk.
At which point I will ask, how do you know?
Aye. Sawa. Ngoja tusikie. But let me appeal to the audience. If you'd like to attempt to decipher that particular proverb, please feel free.
By all means. By all means.
Tutaisoma tukiendeleanga. Currently Colombia is playing Dr. Congo. Wako 0-0 at 61 minutes. 0-0.
Bas. DRC. Dr. Congo.
Batoto ba Congo hapa kwa kina Koffi Olomide.
Yes.
Wanacheza currently with Colombia. Wanacheza 0-0. Yesterday I think it was you were asking me about African countries.
Yes.
England and Ghana played also. Wakatoka 0-0.
No, the Africans are doing good.
I told you. Senegal were almost doing it, but wakalemewa kidogo na Norway. They played also yesterday. They lost to Norway 3-2. Hakuna shida. So far so good. Algeria played Jordan.
Right.
Walitandika Jordan 2-1.
Now those guys play some fairly sublime football.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So Portugal played Uzbekistan. These are not African countries, but Portugal ilitandika Uzbekistan 5-0.
It's all right.
Yes. Last but not least,
the country called
Uzbekistan.
Okay. So.
Iko karibu na Azerbaijan.
Hawana Afrika kwa hiyo team.
I think I saw some black players.
Watu wengine ambao wanashinda.
Last but not least, again another game that was played earlier today, Panama versus Croatia ilitandika Panama 1-0.
Those Croatians play some serious football, my man.
You know, Croatia, there's a time they go to the finals.
Oh, yes, they did.
Yes.
Oh, yes, they did.
So, see, hapana chezea wao. Yeah. So, we are waiting to see, what happens as we move on. Sawa? Tuwapatia updates majaliwa. Ama namna gani. Or later today, we shall have a game. This is 10 tonight. Leo siku 2 games actually, Switzerland and Canada, and we shall also have Bosnia and Qatar. Wanapatana leo siku saa ngapi? Saa 4. Hii lazima nita watch. Sawa. Yeah. So far DR Congo 0-0. Waendelea hivyo ama DR Congo ichape Colombia hata kama ni 1-0. Tuko tu sawa. Niwaambia hii kitu. It's time for Africa. Here we are. Let's check out radiogeneration.co.ke and see what is making headlines. Shisha peddlers face 1 million penalty under proposed ban. So if you're caught selling shisha in your establishment or anywhere else, 1 million. Do you know, City, there are places in this Nairobi you can just go with your drink, whether you take alcohol or you take juice or you take coffee. You go and just sit somewhere and they provide shisha for you.
So how do they make money?
From the shisha. You have to buy the shisha.
So they give you the equipment?
Yes. No, everything. So the equipment plus the charcoal plus the flavor, basically it's the whole thing.
So essentially you go there.
Your work is just to smoke it.
And then you pay and they ask you vanilla?
Yes, you pay for the shisha, but you're allowed to come with your drink. So if you're a coffee person, you go with coffee. If you're a soda person, you can go with your soda. If you're an alcohol person, you go with your alcohol. But they also sell some stuff in the establishment. But because they know bei yako na yao ni tofauti, they allow you to come with your own. Shisha is actually a very big deal in this country.
Shisha?
Yes. Anyone found selling or distributing shisha in Kenya could soon pay up to 1 million or spend 6 months in jail under a new government push to completely wipe out the water pipe tobacco trade. Oh, it's called water pipe. Wow, I didn't know. Water pipe tobacco. Now, the Ministry of Health has proposed strict regulations that would outlaw every stage of shisha business, from importation and production to sale and even use. The draft public health rules of 2026 are intended to replace the 2017 regulations, which authorities say have failed to fully stop the practice. Now you tell me, City, someone has invested in their establishment and they made it a shisha exclusive establishment. Where would I be utafanya nini?
I don't know, man. What do you think?
There are people in this country from Friday, actually on a daily, but specifically Friday, Saturday, Sunday, work on a screens. See, the same way you walk into a bar and you can watch your favorite football team as you buy your favorite drink. Imagine these shisha establishments. That's what they've done. They have the lounges. They have the shisha bongs. Those things are called bongs. These water pipes. They are called bongs. So they have the bong. There is a place where you can chew your mira. You can chew your mogoka. They have a few drinks on display.
So essentially it's a cultural establishment.
Yes. Na sasa unaambia mtu going forward, huwezi use shisha. And that's the only thing they sell. I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's a discussion that they have begun.
Yes.
I don't know whether they understand the import of it, because we will then have to ask about other things which are sold and are considered legal, like mira, like mogoka. We will have to ask, because we know that there are active ingredients in both those vegetables that can be harmful to people.
Did you call them vegetables?
I did. Should I just call them plants?
It's okay. Vegetables, I mean, at the end of the day, they're chewed.
People chew those things. So I am saying that is the discussion that they are opening up.
Yeah.
The economic ramifications be damned for the moment, but the truth of the matter is if you're going to have an honest discussion about shisha, then have an honest discussion about all these mind-altering substances that we consume.
Oh, we haven't even spoken about vape. The sticks that people also smoke, the shisha sticks.
Yes,
because
that's what I'm saying.
They are more or less flavored as well.
If we are going to have that discussion, then let us have a wholesome discussion, and let us involve NACADA, and let NACADA tell us what it is that they have found, because they are the entity that are charged with the duty of looking into such matters.
True.
But it is an overdue discussion, and it must be had. We'll discuss Shisha. Not Sisa. Okay. Shisha. We'll discuss it.
Yeah.
We'll discuss Mira. We will discuss Mogoka.
Cigarettes.
We will discuss cigarettes. We will discuss alcohol.
Yeah.
We will discuss vapes.
Actually,
nothing escapes the radar.
Yeah, ni ukweli. Hapa Kenya we have very limited options as far as things as cigarette are concerned, because we have the usual either mint or the kawaida, normal flavor, let me call it that. But in places like the US, you can get all manner of cigarettes. Forget vape. Cigarettes, ili unaasha kiberiti ndio iwake. All manner of flavors, from chocolate to pineapple to lemon flavored cigarettes. Of course, mint is there. And if there's a conversation those people had, they had it long ago and they moved on.
Yes, and the tobacco industry is constantly being taken to court in that jurisdiction as well.
Yeah.
You see, these discussions, if they are to be wholesome, then we must discuss anything that falls
into cannabis,
the broadest, anything that forms the broad or has the broadest inclination to alter the mind. That one, we have to discuss it. Cannabis has to be discussed.
Oh yes, it has.
In the light of new research findings. It is not the soft drug people assumed it was. There are instances and studies that have shown it is infinitely even more harmful than alcohol. Your alcohol.
Alcohol.
Yes. It is far, far worse.
Shida yetu sitini moja. There are folks who who believe, for example, that conversation should not even be held because why? Why are we having it? Why? We said bangi ni mbaya. Bangi ni mbaya, full stop. Hakuna tuna discuss ni mbaya.
You must explain why it is mbaya, because there's a host of very many people who are encountering it for the first time and that think it is groovy.
They become irate.
Yes, and they're wondering what on earth you are talking about. You see, now it is important that information is given as to what it is you're doing to yourself.
Yeah, man.
What you're doing to your brain.
Yeah, man.
What you are going to do to your life.
You're done now.
Yes, exactly. Now, once you have done all this, if someone then proceeds to consume the substance, it cannot be that they were not informed.
I agree. Aye. And that's why I say governments should just come and tell guys, look, we are banning shisha because of this and this and this. Not just putting those things they put on cigarette boxes. There's a
cigarette smoking is harmful to your health.
Na kuna hiki kitu kingine wanachoranga sanduku, casket, and then you expect now to repel someone.
No. That's the communication consultants that they employed did not help them.
Yeah.
When we had the advent and the progress of HIV and AIDS in our country, and people who are dying in droves, that particular approach was attempted and it was a flop.
Yes. Failed terribly.
Yes, showing in pictures of people who are emaciated. What you then do is you drive people into not just apathy.
Yeah.
They decide, they become fatalistic.
Yeah.
See, I'm going to die.
After all.
So what's the problem?
After all. Yeah. And cigarette smokers, by they don't buy the packets and then they look at wow, in casket. Sasa hata stuff sigara. Watu wa sigara anenanga anasema nipatie sigara mbili. Hajapatiwa box, hajaona mtu amekufa. Yeye amechukua sigara mbili zenye amefungua kwa karatasi hivi, ameenda kuvutia kwa mali atavutia. Akipata 50 bob baadaye atakujia zingine mbili. And life goes on. All right. Let's check out the traffic situation in Nairobi County.
Traffic.
How are you doing? It is now exactly 6:34 in the AM, and this is how your roads are looking like. Starting with where we are Ngong Road iko tu sawa, haina shida yoyote, like zero traffic. You guys are moving quite well. I mean, it's not really zero traffic, cars are on the road, but they're moving quite well, so there's zero jam. I guess that's what I meant. James Gishuru Road as well is looking good. Lavington, Kileleshwa, Oloitoktok Road, Arguing Skodek. If you're using any of those roads, you're moving quite well. Southern Bypass as well is very smooth. Galleria Mall as you're heading towards Langata and Karen area, and also as you're heading towards Ongaterongai. Huko kuko sawa kabisa. Eastlands, let me just check an overview of it. Not looking bad at all. From Airport North Road, a little bit of traffic. That means that you guys are moving, and you're moving quite well. But as you're heading towards Uko Kangundo Road or Ruai area, it's like people are not using that particular road at this particular hour. But I know things will change, because nyinyi ni akina nani, nyinyi ni wa Kenya. You want to make the most of today before you probably follow Gachagwa's instructions not to show up tomorrow.
Actually, Paul,
yes,
he didn't give instruction. From what you read,
he gave an advice, an advisory.
He actually cautioned Kenyans and said, folks, please,
yes, tomorrow,
yes,
just stay away.
Yes, please.
Yeah. He said, don't open your shops. But you know, he was cloaking it as advice, City. Alikuwa na cloak as advice. He would be happy to see you guys cripple the country in terms of msitokeze ndio aende ambie serikali, unaona niliwaambia je, these are my people. Yeah, these are my people, and I'm telling you, nothing is going to happen in this country. Nothing is going to move. All right, Mombasa, the island of Mombasa. Sorry, everything is good. Biashara Street, Kisauni, kule Maalim Juma, Mohamed Road, Abdel Nassar, uko kote kusawa. Wadau hakuna trafiki, lakini kama kuna kitu naweza kuwa overlook ama oversee, why don't you let me know, and I'll definitely let City know as well.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
I know you're wondering why I will let City know.
They have to wonder.
Because he's the only one I'm talking to right now.
You're talking to the audience, my friend.
Okay, let us start with the front page of the Daily Nation. Gen Z protest divide, that is what they're calling it, front and center. So we have a couple of folks here that have been pictured. We have CS Murkomen, we have former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, we have KCCB Chairman Maurice Muhatia. These are the Catholic bishops, and of course we have Secretary Kefa Nyandega. So what are some different scripts ahead of marches planned for tomorrow to commemorate the second anniversary of 2024 anti-finance bill protests? Authorities have promised to provide security for families and victims during the procession. Yes, you see, so families and victims, these are for families of victims, during the procession, but warned of a ruthless police crackdown on illegal actions intended to disrupt public order. Meanwhile, opposition leaders claim goons were being assembled by unnamed state operatives to infiltrate the demonstrations and cause chaos, even as the clergy urge restraint. CS Murkomen warns police will ruthlessly deal with goons who infiltrate peaceful protests tomorrow. DCP leader alleges a plot by state-backed goons to unleash terror on protesters in Nairobi and Mount Kenya. KCCB Chairman Maurice Muhatia condemns attacks in churches by thugs and advice against chaos during the Gen Z march. The Interreligious Council of Kenya demands justice for those killed, injured, or have gone missing. Yeah? Umesikia? Sasa hivyo ndivyo kutaenda. So, can I tell you my prediction, Sitting?
By all means, sir.
Majority of Nairobians tomorrow will not go to town. Majority. That means, unaona hapo kwa maduka kufungwa, hiyo nayo zitakuwa zimefungwa. I could be wrong on this, but I'm just going by what Kenyans have done before.
Let me ask, so what exactly predicates this particular prophecy?
Yeah.
That you have...
Because before, in previous times, when we've had these kinds of activities, Kenyans prefer to stay away, especially the business owners. Specifically the business owners. I am sure today there's a businessman who is probably going to clear the most important stock he has. So computers, expensive gadgets such as phones, kuna mwenye atatoa leo aende nazo nyumbani, or they do something that we had seen a couple of years ago. You remember that time business communities were organizing themselves and they would hire so-called watchmen who would come to town with crude weapons, na wanasema leo tuna hakuna mtu anakuja kushika duka ya mtu. Jaribu kushika duka yangu uone, jaribu kushika duka uone, hamu kuja kutuharibia hapa maisha. Hiyo ilikuwa wakati wa Raila. Raila would come and say, kesho hakuna kuja kazini, kesho tupatane ule park ndio tuweze kufanya mambo. And then business community would come and say, kwani nyinyi pekee ndio mko na mashida huku Kenya? Hakuna, hata sisi ni wa Kenya. So, judging by what people have been doing in the past, tomorrow I am certain maduka hayatafunguliwa. But hey, the government has said it will protect you. Please feel free.
Do you know what is strange? Huh?
Yeah.
Before 1982, most shops in Nairobi didn't have grills.
Before 82?
1982.
Okay.
They didn't have grills. They did not have this roll down. No,
that kimabati.
And nothing.
Yes.
The display was as you see.
Glass.
It was just glass.
Clear.
The entire city. It was glass. Maybe as you approach River Road and so forth, you may find that there are people who put some grill, as we say in Kenya, here and there. Okay?
Here and there.
Yeah, happen a pale. But by and large, no. 1982 coup attempt. The vandalization that took place.
Oh, shops were looted.
Yes.
Okay.
It is thereafter that we now started seeing people putting grills and put those roll down things, so that at night you have no idea what is behind that place.
Akina Patelo akamua manzejo, let's do this.
Wali realize because before they actually come to the center of town.
Yeah.
Akina Angara.
That's where they started.
Akina River Road. Those ones.
People would help themselves.
As I said.
But unaona kwa malume sema huko ndio kwa kina Patel. Unaona kwa side Angara hizo duka zote. Akina Sanjeev.
But in those periods of time, even what you call uptown, Mali kulikuwa na Wimpy, there was no Java then.
I remember Wimpy.
You remember Wimpy?
My folks would take me to Wimpy, and
was a place and a half.
I loved their burgers and their milkshakes.
You'll love the stuff. Bars. So
yes,
those places, those eateries existed, but so did the shops.
Okay.
Now, 1982 was a watershed moment because very many things changed overnight as a result of that. Okay? But again, after that period, what then started happening with our politics?
Yes.
There were groups of people who determined that as far as they were concerned, these Asians should go home. And there was a focus of certain individuals to attack Asian businesses and communities. But that died.
Yeah.
So we never had the sort of problems Uganda would have with Idi Amin. We didn't have it. Okay? Why am I bringing this thing up? We need to be aware of individuals who present themselves as politicians, and yet what they do is they sow discord and divisions among people. So long as someone is a Kenyan, it doesn't matter what color they possess, whether it is green, blue, purple. Man, a Kenyan is a Kenyan. There's no half Kenyan, there's no quarter Kenyan.
Yeah.
The issue about our identification documents, that is a completely different discussion.
Yep.
Okay? What it is that has been done. But I constantly hear of conversations in this country about Burundians.
Oh, yeah.
And the stories move from the bizarre to the ridiculous in terms of the numbers, okay? The jobs that they are taking. These things begin this way.
Yeah.
Because we are now profiling. It is a dangerous path to take.
Yeah. That is why I love the fact that Kenyans, I have not seen a single Kenyan who is saying that, those Burundians, they're taking out. I haven't seen that. And I'm loving the maturity that Kenyans have handled this situation with.
We've been a haven of peace in this region for a very long time.
Yeah.
All these refugee camps that you have, you would be amazed, literally amazed at the collection and the diversity of Africans. You would be amazed.
Yeah. I am definitely for Pan-Africanism. I am definitely for an Africa that is borderless. You know, I want to walk into South Africa today if I wanted, and I want to fly. I want to be able to fly to Morocco and do business there without being asked many questions. I want to go to Algeria and Egypt and all those countries that we keep on hearing about. I want to be in Mali and Chad and Senegal to meet Sadio Mane. Hii maneno ingine I need sijui visa to visit my own brothers in Africa, bana, that's nonsense. Push for 43,000 shillings school fees increment. Parents will pay more to educate their children in public schools, public senior schools actually, if a new fees structure proposed by principals is adopted by the government. Extra county schools, that is clusters 2 and 3, could have the highest increment, with a proposal that parents pay 83,000 bob annually, more than double the current 40,000 bob. Why are we still talking about paying fees in this day and age?
You see, again, we have an election that's around the corner.
Very true.
And the election period presents us with an opportunity to perhaps revamp what it is that we think are the things we consider most important.
Right.
The budget guides us as to what our priorities are. And education, clearly, if we were to look at the budget, is the biggest priority we have in the country. How it is that amount that is allocated every single year cannot provide us with free education is what I don't understand.
Yeah. Mimi. Before we started having these conversations, you know, especially matters to do with policy, I really didn't understand, you know, but until someone explained to me, and not just one person, but several people, nikajiambia by the end unajua tufai kwa tukilipa school fees hata shilingi hata moja.
Not 1 cent. Primary, secondary.
Why we have these huge budgets for politicians and huge budgets for government offices, but we do not have similar budgets for schools. Hapo ndio sasa shida iko.
You know, the prioritization is strange. Now, if you were to look at the headline in the Standard and the Star,
right,
that's the sort of headline that actually depresses you. Okay? Development choked as counties spend billions on salaries, travel, while projects stall. New report shows devolved units spent billions on operations and maintenance and domestic and foreign travel.
Yeah.
So, the dream that the county government was an economic dream. But the politicians have hijacked it. They and their lackeys, who see absolutely nothing wrong in impoverishing their own people, literally their own people, because our counties represent where we came from, even our ancestry. So these people are not robbing some foreigner. No, their own people.
As Ruto fights off Finance Act propaganda, President William Ruto stated the Finance Act does not impose extra taxes on ordinary Kenyans, as he pushed back on what he described as propaganda on the content of the law. The president said there were no taxes on freehold land, mitumba, and mobile money transactions. Instead, he touted positive provisions like extending tax benefits to mortgages financed by microfinance institutions and waiver of penalties on outstanding taxes. Unakumbuka jana nikikwambia wase opposition hapa walichezwa kwa hii kitu. Someone was not being honest with another person.
Yes.
And remember yesterday we had the two gentlemen from the budget committee.
We did, and both of them are in that committee.
Yes. And at one point they were given conflicting information, and I was like,
okay guys, hebu tuambie ukweli wa mambo ni
mumepatikana. So again, hapo opposition walichezwa. Next year for finance bill, I think they'll be more careful. Single women wear wedding rings to ward off unwanted men. Surely.
Yes.
Sifuna weighs options as Oburu faction turns the heat in ODM. Sorry, that one you will get it in page 10 of the Daily Nation.
Let me continue with these matters in the Star.
Right.
In Bungoma, civil society are demanding a review of the Bungoma's 16.7 billion budget. What what is good
Yes.
about this year's budget, the presentation, the public participation, is that for the first time I have actually witnessed what I would call meaningful public participation.
Okay.
Because it's not just a question of we have had public participation. No. We've had feedback. This is what we were told the public did not want or want. And the discussion we had with the two gentlemen indicated that indeed that is what actually happened. But what it also means is this. That discussion is now cascading to the counties. That's why I've mentioned the Bungoma budget of 16 billion.
Right.
Vigilance is beginning to take place. And from everything that I'm hearing, this is not civil society in Nairobi, civil society in Bungoma. Civil society has gone mashinani.
Yeah.
And they are active mashinani.
Which
means
true.
that as counties have budgets, these things are going to be scrutinized. And they're going to be asked. Now, that accountability is what we've been talking about here.
And holding leaders to account.
Yes. 16 billion. Tell us what you want to do.
Mulifanya nini? Mulipatiwa Okay.
And then?
Tumeangalia kwa county budget, mulisema mtajenga ile barabara pale.
Sawa. Tuambie, imefika wapi?
Kuna market mulisema itafanyika pale nini? Iko wapi?
The upgrade of school, blah, blah. Where is it? Meaning, the discussions that need to take place within the devolved unit,
they will take.
One is clearly seeing that the citizenry have understood the necessity of having these conversations within their own counties. It's the only way. It's the only way that devolution will work.
Could this have happened in the previous constitution?
Gani?
Yeah?
Gani?
Ile ingine.
Where?
Before 2010.
Bro, that particular constitution, the president literally had all the power. Who do you think appointed judges?
The president.
Yeah. Who appointed ministers? President. Bro. So, if you're talking about there was one political party, even when we had multi-party, the ruling party was still Kanu. And they still decided we hadn't come across the term state capture. Okay?
Yes.
No, we hadn't. Well, but what we had was a monolithic setup where Kanu decided whether we went left or right or up or down. So the idea of you discussing, you could, but usually the response of the government was immediate and vicious and brutal.
Yeah.
There's a place called Nyati House.
I know Nyati House. Iko pale karibu na Alliance Française.
The people who went to Nyati House, the people whom I spoke to, never said they were beaten. No.
What happened to them? One
said they'd give you a basin full of cold water.
Yeah.
You remove shoes and you put your feet in that cold water. Then you're given a file to read. The file was yours. One particular individual said, what surprised him, he was reading accounts of what he had done that whole week.
Yeah.
Up until the day they picked him up at 2 a.m. And then they dropped him back. That man forgot about activism and joined the Christian Union.
He was no longer an active citizen.
No, he was an active Christian.
Unaokoka unafungua kanisa.
And we graduated. I don't know where that guy went to.
Yeah.
But it was, you know, there are things that happen to people, and when they tell you what happened, you sort of like wonder and say, one told the story of how he was picked up. And they were asking him that the things he was discussing in public. He said, it makes you wonder when you're sitting in public, who is listening to what I'm saying? Because it's like me, you and I talking in public, and then somebody calls you, you're told, come.
Yeah.
And you're told, why were you saying this and this, and you're wondering.
Ulijuaje?
But when the public, how it will go up. Meaning, you know, we're talking about the 1980s, yeah?
Yep.
You asked the question.
Surveillance.
If the government was that vigilant, what do you think they're able to do now?
Where we hear they are able to listen to our conversations using our phones.
Even now, forget now, even as we think that we're on silent mode. Yes, they can.
Yeah.
They can determine what your messages are.
Right.
They can determine what your WhatsApp messages are. Yes. That's technology for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So someone could be sitting in a room somewhere just saying, nimesikia ni kama Mungala Mbuvi amesema kitu kulingana na one term. Ni nini anasema one time nini? Ni kama ameambia watu kesho wasikuje kazini. Mimi sijasema hivyo. Tafadhali kesho mkuje kazini. Sawa, msiseme mbona.
Well, let me tell you something. A conversation such as the one we've had is listened to. Listening is not negative. Not necessarily negative.
It's a good thing.
It is informative. Remember, the agency that deals with intelligence are information and data gatherers.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what they do. They gather information. Now we here, we purvey information.
Yeah.
So we end up being partners in ways that we had not probably bargained for. Yes. But in essence, that also provides you with security. You know why?
Why?
If somebody says you said something,
Yeah.
it will be known that you didn't quite say what that person is saying you said.
There will be no twisting of information.
And this is Kenya. There'll always be twisting of information.
Haya, umemalizana na Star?
Sasa nimemalizana nayo.
Okay. Acha niambie watu hapa mbele ya Standard wanasema nini. They are saying protest anxiety. Gen Z's second anniversary. As the country braces for tomorrow's anniversary protests, fear, suspicion, and political posturing have gripped the nation. From State House to church pulpits, businesses and boda stages, anxiety is mounting over what could unfold on a day meant to honor victims of the 2024 Gen Z uprising. Even as President William Ruto's administration promises compensation for families of those killed and assures citizens of their right to protest, warnings from top security officials, claims of planned disruption, and deep mistrust among activists have heightened tensions. Now, this one you'll find on pages 4, 5, 6, and 7, that whole story. There's a picture here of President Ruto, IG Kanja, CS Murkomen, and DP Kindiki. And then, of course, Kenyans in the background there, holding a very beautiful Kenyan flag. Hii ya kesho, hii mi sijui.
Ujue?
Hii sijui.
Let me then perhaps lighten your day by looking at the Business Daily. Yes, I do have time.
Yes, you do.
Kenya eyes cheaper loans tied to electricity and forestry targets. What on earth am I talking about? Kenya is seeking to lower its costs of borrowing by committing to reduce its forest cover losses and lift electricity connections as key performance indicators in a bid to unlock at least $500 million US, that's 64 billion, from sustainability-linked bond and similar debt instruments. Okay?
Yes.
And you and Barin Deni tunaongelelea.
Ndio.
Sawa. All right. Tanzania, Dubai, the most visited by county officials. You're wondering where your county money goes. Some of it goes to Tanzania, some of it goes to Dubai. Those are the two places where, should we say, we tend to send most of our elected individuals send themselves.
Yeah.
Okay? Kenyan doctors are thriving in the UK. Just like we export nurses to the UK, we also export what? Medical doctors.
Yep.
What you need to know about the new instant traffic fines system. Okay? Yani umeshikana. The problem is that it is important that when you stop an individual, you explain to them why and you demonstrate to them where they were speeding.
Yeah.
Because some of these things are arbitrary. Someone tells you, hey, you are speeding. I said, well, at which point?
At what point? Yes.
Then that question is often responded with another question. Hey, guy, you cannot tell me I was overspeeding and I'm of a different view and you don't demonstrate to me where I was overspeeding. Please.
Make it make sense.
Yes, just show me. Say I was overspeeding. There's something that indicates it. Show it to me, please.
Yeah.
We'll attend the police station. Right. You know,
Yes.
Sisi wa Kenya. Oxychem, Africa and former Indian-based partner in 900 million Kenya shilling trademark dispute. Hey, my friend.
Trademark dispute, eh?
Kila mtu anasema ni yangu, mwingine anasema
Ni yangu.
There is an article in the Business Daily that has caught my attention. I just want to mention it.
Okay.
Inside the push to fix Africa's broken agricultural finance system. Okay? Yes. One of the things that I find interesting is this. We did have agricultural finance systems.
Yes.
In Kenya, we even had Agricultural Finance Corporation. It was an agricultural bank.
Yeah. Somehow it's no longer there.
Yes, we had demonstration farms under ADC. A lot of ADC land was taken by well-to-do, influential individuals. So the idea of making agriculture center to the economy, all that seemed to have lost ground to people who wanted to own land, which was government land, which had been earmarked for specific functions.
Yeah.
That is our history.
All right. Let's before we get into the news, sinisalimia watu wawili watatu hapa. Be what was. Good morning, City and Movie tuned in for the wonderful conversations as usual. Abdi Ahmed, good morning. Luis Ruda Singwa, good morning. Ahmed amesema good morning City and Movie. William Musita amesema good morning City and Movie. Douglas Kibogong, Movie, in some of these countries it's illegal to sell a single cigarette stick, only in a packet, but still the users still do cigarette pulling. Very true. Bruce Lee, good morning guys. City, this Movie is a funny guy. At the president tomorrow to join the demonstration, the commemoration. Yeah, I mean, why not? See, he's a fellow Kenyan.
Actually, he should. In fact, it's ideal that he should even lead the demonstrations.
Danson Kenywa seems to agree with me. He's saying, yes, Movie, tomorrow Prezo should join the commemoration. We will buy him a wreath. Yeah. My take 2.0 anasema Earth is... Hey, acha nisome kwanza hii. Oh yeah, ndio hiyo. Earth is hard. Reality is dawning on him. They said he's bigger than ODM. Now he's rushed to court again to remain as SG of the mediocre party. Danson Kenya anasema City, the issue of instant fines seems to discriminatory. Speed cameras are only impacting Thika Nyeri route. Hai, sawa. There you have it. Meanwhile, tuingie kwenye habari na Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The court on Tuesday, accompanied by parties to the case including prosecutors, investigators and other stakeholders, conducted a scene visit to various locations in Malindi linked to the Kwabinzaro massacre investigations. The visit was aimed at helping the court gain a first-hand understanding of the geographical layout and significance of key areas that have featured prominently in witness testimonies and evidence presented during the trial. The first stop was the Good News International Church premises in Furonzi, where suspect Pastor Paul Mackenzie is said to have conducted church services and broadcast his teachings through Times TV. Kuresoi Member of Parliament Alfred Mutai has been released on cash bail after being arraigned over violent clashes that left 3 people injured. Mutai surrendered to officers from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations on Monday evening and was later detained at Nakuru Police Station. Earlier in the day, chaos erupted outside the station as supporters of the legislator gathered demanding either his release or immediate arraignment in court.
The court held that mere suspicion, however strong, cannot justify deprivation of liberty. In the present circumstance, I find that the applicant has failed to demonstrate compelling reasons to warrant the detention of the respondent for 21 days or at all.
Democracy for Citizens Party leader Rigathi Gachagua is alleging a plot by senior government officials to disrupt tomorrow's Gen Z commemoration demonstrations. Speaking at his Wamunyoro home in Nyeri County, Gachagua urged young people to stay away from the streets. He claimed that hired goons are being prepared to infiltrate the protests in Mount Kenya counties, Nairobi, Kajiado and Narok.
The strategy is the state organizes goons accompanied by officers in plainclothes. They wreak havoc. They destroy property. Then the police now have a reason to come in. The goons withdraw because they cannot be shot, they cannot be arrested because they have been brought by the police, they have been brought by the government, and then kill innocent people, maim innocent people. Then you end up with injury. Then you end up with your businesses ruined. I think if all Kenyans stayed at home, we'll have made a very big statement. Stop the country, stop the economy is a very effective way of protest.
President William Ruto, speaking after assenting to the Finance Bill 2026 at State House in Nairobi on June 23, 2026, warned that the government could soon move to outlaw hospitals charging Kenyans for outpatient services. He said the services are fully government funded under the Constitution. The president noted that the move is aimed at ensuring compliance across the health sector and protecting citizens from being asked to pay for services that are already covered by public funding.
Today, I am making this absolutely clear to any facility in the Republic of Kenya that charges any citizen when they go for outpatient service that we will shortly make it criminal for anybody to charge any citizen, because the Constitution of Kenya, Section 43, mandates the government of Kenya to provide health of the highest possible to every citizen.
Sexual violence is increasingly being used as a weapon of war in Sudan to terrorize the civilian population, a UN report says. The violence is unprecedented in terms of scale, prevalence and brutality of its widespread use as a weapon of war, the report adds. Sudan has been hit by a devastating civil war since 2023, following a fallout between the army and the paramilitary rapid support forces. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? Alex Gioko amesema, hi Paul Movie and City Muga, Trans Nzoia is listening. Well, Trans Nzoia, we welcome you to the show. Colombia City has beaten us 1-0. But we put up a very good fight. Wametutandika huko towards the end.
You know, the last time...
Who is us?
DRC Congo.
That is you.
That is
Dr. Congo.
I thought we were Kenya, but now we are supporting the Great East Africa.
Yes, we are. We are supporting Senegal. We are supporting DRC. We are supporting Algeria.
You know, yesterday I was somewhere, you guys, and I made a proposal. I said, we have to think big.
Yes.
I said, Morocco. Was it last year where they did the
AFCON thing? Yes.
And I was telling them, Morocco, Spain, and Portugal will be hosting the World Cup, and then I think it will go to Saudi Arabia, I think. And I was like, don't be shocked if we put a bid. East Africa, we can put a bid.
Why
we are
not?
going to host a successful, which
AFCON.
I believe is going to be a successful AFCON. We did a very successful Chan.
Yeah.
We must think big.
Yeah.
The guy started laughing. He's like, are you sure we get? It's not about being sure. It's about putting the best foot forward. These are things we can do.
We can, and I agree with you. We can, but hosting the World Cup is not. It's not hosting Chan or AFCON. It's not hosting AFCON or Chan. World Cup is
It's a different ball game, but let me tell you,
Mm.
we have the capability and the capacity to do it as East Africa.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, look at the we have very good stadiums. Great airports are coming up around the region. I mean, we have what it takes.
All right.
All we need is big faith and the power of doability.
And we shall achieve.
These are things we can do.
All right.
South Africa was able to do it. Why not our region?
They rebuilt Oliver Tambo International Airport. They rebuilt the airport in Cape Town.
Correct.
Put it this way. The World Cup, even if you spend money, brings money into the country. Also.
Definitely.
And you can even balance your books, even make a profit.
Yes.
South Africa made a profit.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So,
but what shall we do with the stadia once now?
The infrastructure.
Because
that one I can answer.
Yes.
The moment you aspire to host, you're not told host and tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's a 4-year period you have
Definitely
to plan. You now know what it is you need to do.
Sometimes you even have more than 4 years.
Yes.
Can even have even 10 years.
Yes, and FIFA will help you. They will tell you
exactly
this is what we want you to do. Plus, they will also give you money. It's not as though
I'm asking. Once we have built the stadia, okay, tuko na stadia in Eldoret, Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu. So we have like 10 of them. What happens after that now? After the game is done, what wamerudi ushago kwa me?
Sorry, they remain.
Yeah.
We have an academy. No, I mean, we will make use of it.
Do we have enough games to
Yes,
host in those
yes, we
particular
do.
places?
Yes, we do.
Do we have enough teams? Do we have
Oh,
enough
yes, we have.
activities?
Our problem has been where people can go and practice their football.
Yes.
People who are interested, no shortage.
Kabisa.
Okay.
I agree with you, City.
Because we've had countries that have hosted these big events, from the Olympics to the World Cup, and once the games are done, those stadia are unusable.
Why did I explain to you using a different sport? Prior to there being a concerted effort by people who trained as teachers to spread the gospel of rugby, rugby was played in Nairobi.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Mombasa kidogo, maybe Nakuru kidogo. But teachers who played rugby were taken to all parts of the country.
Right.
And they started training young people. The entirety of the Kenyan community and schools play rugby now.
Correct.
We have a national rugby
just as team, a 7th team.
Just as we used to have football.
Yes.
Now the question had been, how will you take rugby to all these parts of the country? It has happened.
Okay. Yes.
Now, do we have enough playing ground? We could do better. The same stadia, all you do is change goalposts and mark.
Kabisa.
It will be a sports facility,
Yes.
not a football stadium.
Okay.
Yes.
And the things you can do with it will be very many. Yes.
Ushasema. Hata tujapigia Gabriel proper invite. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have Deputy Government Spokesperson Gabriel Muthuma. Gabriel, good morning.
Good morning, my friend.
You're well?
Very well.
Na
nyinyi
nice to
mnaendelea
have you as
vizuri?
always. Si tuko salama. Si unaona CT ameanza kuwa meupe.
Yeah, it's always an honor to share, this studio with these two great gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
CT has a proverb.
He always does.
Yeah, he will share with you. It's from Namibia.
Namibia. Haya, twende.
We're talking about Namibia and its colonial past. It is interesting that an African country would colonize another. South Africa colonized Namibia.
Yes.
Namibia got its independence in 1990. Okay, March. But there's a bay I mentioned earlier called Walvis Bay,
Yes.
famous for its blue economy and for minerals. But there's another island called Penguin Island. All right?
Okay.
These ones remained part of South Africa.
Wow. How?
Yes, until 1994.
Was it during the Samuyoma's
No, Samuyoma, you see, Samuyoma and SWAPO, SWAPO then got recognized as the two representatives of the Namibians. It was called Southwest Africa.
Yes.
Okay? It was a colony of Southwest Africa. The Germans are the ones who owned it. Now, of interest, yes, South Africa fought a war with the Germans, which they won. So,
Wow.
in 1920, the UN gave them a mandate to oversee Namibia. So they became the colonizers.
Right.
But when Akina SWAPO came in, Akina Sam Nujoma, they said, no, this, we can represent ourselves. We don't need South Africa representing us. So again, the UN felt, and people complained. They complained because South Africa applied the same apartheid in South Africa. Yes, it was same. Same.
In Namibia.
Same. So again, there were protests and people, and the UN again intervened and said, okay, we will recognize the representatives of the Namibian people. SWAPO will be that representative.
I see.
Okay. So, but it happens to be, in terms of the landmass, it is one of the driest places on the continent.
Wow.
That country is predominantly desert.
Yes. The
Namib
Desert.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Now that, but it is also next to the Atlantic Ocean. It's a beautiful country, though.
Wow.
Beautiful country. The proverb: a turtle has compassion, but No milk.
A turtle has compassion but no milk. Wow.
Don't worry, Gabriel. Hata mimi sijaelewa hiyo kitu.
That is serious. A turtle has compassion but no milk. So what can it give you? What can it give you? It is slow. Yeah. That's a heavy
Actually,
one.
I like that angle of what it can give you.
Yeah.
What can a turtle give you?
Turtle soup.
Yeah.
Turtle soup. But there's no milk.
Unajua, kuna watu wanakuanga na compassion, by the way, but that's really all they can give you. Yeah.
You know, turtles are fairly huge creatures.
They are.
But they're also very gentle.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the question that you asked, I think, is what answers, is what gives me to the proverb. Focus on what the turtle is. If you want,
yes.
yes. If you want milk, go and tafuta ng'ombe.
Yes.
Yeah.
But focus on what the turtle can give.
Yes, what a turtle can do. You've actually answered it by asking the question. A turtle is a turtle, okay? It's not a cow.
Yes.
Yeah.
True story. The president yesterday assented to the finance bill.
He did, and therein, you know, it was everything that we expected. But CT, you know, as we sat down there and as the president was signing, even though he may have said or highlighted what the finance bill, or was now, supposed to do, and being a very mwananchi-centered finance bill, several things came to play. Obviously, he mentioned the kind of disinformation and misinformation we were all put through. Yes, many people through social media put it out there as banter or something that we could laugh about. But it took me aback that you had people in that parliament who are quoting chapters that did not even exist in the finance bill. The finance bill has about 53, 54 thereabouts chapters. But somebody goes to say 156. There's something contained in that chapter. Now, this is not just somebody off the streets. This is your legislator. Another one goes to talk about taxing of mitumba, taxing of
mobile phone,
taxing of M-Pesa, taxings in fact we had went through proposal on mobile phones, and the funny one was where one person could not be moved by saying that the majority leader was hiding chapters of the finance bill. So I went asking myself, what were they reading? Because if you look at the grand scheme of things, 2024 now looks in the epiphany that it was started by misinformation. I mean, if you look at the grand scheme of things, and it is so wild, because I was telling I was telling a few of my friends CT of how noble parliament is or should be. This is the house where our national laws are forged.
Yep.
Yeah? This is where the people's voices are represented. Yeah? So it is not just a house. Yeah? I was telling people it is a sacrosanct chamber. Yet, you can start deep fakes and misinformation right within the floor of that house. It is an abhor to the people who put you there.
I remember a lot of the politicians calling them vipengeles. Were they there in the original draft before it went through all those readings?
No. And you... the majority leader, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, first of all, took us through all the stages of how a bill is made.
Okay.
And obviously, the submissions that they received when it opened up for public participation, over 100 organizations, business people, religious leaders, all came in. Yeah. So there were things that were never contained on that bill. there could be things where the debate comes and you have members of parliament saying, this one, it is a proposal. Because I mean, it comes in as a proposal. This is a proposal. I think this is how it should go. There's debate.
Okay.
And so the final bill that we get is what is actually put online, is what we are given, is what we read. And really, that is what makes that's what makes the foundation, and the basis of our conversation in Bunge.
Because I remember in the weeks following now to what the president did yesterday, there were some things kwa magazeti, like that proposed tax on mitumba, the 25% tax on mobile phones, on activation. I remember it was, and many others I'm forgetting right now. And they were saying this is, and even when the budget was read, I remember the magazeti zikasema these are the biggest winners and these are the biggest losers.
Yeah, you know, I think people don't understand what is proposed. They don't understand sometimes what organizations or people who are doing the public participation bring forth. For instance, contrary to what was alleged, there was no proposal to introduce taxes on freehold land. Ask yourself, where did that come from? There was no proposal to introduce taxes on mitumba.
Where did that come from?
Correct. There was no change to the rental income tax regime.
Because remember, on the rental, it was about what, 7.5%?
Yes, there was no proposal to introduce tax on bottled water. There was no new tax on M-Pesa or mobile money. There is no new tax on mobile phones, airtime or data.
Gabriel, na zilitoka wapi hizo?
Now ask yourself.
Because zilikuwa hadi kwa magazeti.
And now, City, Mbuvi, when you look at the Finance Bill 2024, which also led to the skirmishes that we saw, there were people who went out yelling that land, even at that time, land was being taxed. It wasn't there. City people came up with diapers were being taxed and
sanitary towels.
There was so much misinformation that took center stage, and along that path the truth got lost. Misinformation and disinformation won the day. And I remember, because it was around that time, when we were going through what the former president of the United States, the just immediate former, Joe Biden, in his last speech, he actually made a very interesting comment. Even though he was talking about America, I equated that to the whole world, because this is the president of the free world. This is, as perceived, the most powerful person. And he went on to say that America was under an avalanche of misinformation and disinformation, that there was no longer fact-checking. And he was warning the American people that we need to be vigilant when it comes to matters deepfakes and AI. AI deepfakes. And when I retrace the issues of 2024 Finance Bill, you actually see where the disinformation started getting in. Because very few people, ask yourself, all the members of parliament who were talking about non-existent clauses and proposals that didn't exist, where did they get them from? And even some of the most learned members of parliament, or so we thought, they were knowledgeable, failed that test. So, as we debate this morning, or as we have this conversation this morning, I am starting to see the real fierce head of disinformation and what it can do.
President Ruto, in his own admission after the protests of 2024, where a lot of people died, when people Kenyans were rejecting the finance bill, I remember he had a couple of Twitter spaces or X spaces with Kenyans, and one of the things that came out, and he admitted, and he said, look guys, I think one of the biggest issues we had here was communication.
Correct.
Yes,
correct.
And he said perhaps his government didn't communicate better on that particular finance bill, and thus whatever happened.
And true. Yes, there was that element of communication. I still believe even today we could have done better. And we as we move along, we learn. But even as we were learning, we cannot discount the part that misinformation played. And when it comes to misinformation, nobody owns the social media space where much of it is happening. I have not found somebody who can literally say that, I am able to own this field. Kwanza now with the deepfakes. There are videos that will be released, you will actually think it's a real video. And what that is doing to people who may not have the knowledge, it is actually speaking a lot of falsehoods for them. I remember, I can give you actually a very good example. There was a video that was going around of a leader. And CT, this thing took time for me to explain to my aunt, my elderly aunt, that it was fake. I know she was telling me, no, I can see. I have that video. I'm telling her, auntie, it's fake. It's like a movie. And do you know, it got to a point where I had to respectfully cut that call, because now I was getting tired. I'm repeating myself like a broken record. Na bado auntie ananiambia pana Gabriel, hii ni ukweli naiona kwa simu yangu. So it took other people to convince her that auntie, by the way, hizi vitu ni nyingi sana.
But Gabriel, you mentioned the US of America.
Yes.
After the G7 conversations, in this same America where I know you studied, this sort of thing that Paul and I do here and other Kenyans do at the same hour, they do it on Sunday.
Yes.
Sunday talk shows.
Yeah.
Across very many networks.
Correct. Yes.
What you then found immediately after the G7 meeting, Rubio, Vance,
yes,
they were in as many talk shows as they possibly could be.
Correct.
The talk shows that are known to host large numbers of viewers.
Yes.
And some of the people who host them, some are former politicians.
Yes.
Some are former professors.
Correct.
Some are. But that conversation, that Sunday,
yes,
they saturate it with this conversation and they push the agenda.
Correct.
Here, we know
yes,
falsehood plays an important role in our social media.
Correct.
But Gabriel, we've asked this question before. What prevents the government from putting their best foot forward? After all, if it's a question of the information, the finance bill, ni ya serikali.
Kabisa.
Hey.
Kabisa.
It is theirs.
Kabisa.
They know why they have it. They know why. And it isn't Mbadi talking until saliva dries in his mouth.
Yes.
No. There are other people who can talk about this particular. There are people in treasury who understand these things.
Yes.
Mbadi is not an economist.
Yes.
Bring in, Bwana, you have some serious people in that ministry.
Indeed.
Who can explain this thing in a way that you will say, okay. Then there is the office that you work for.
Yes.
Why did the government not saturate that
media?
Yes, because what you see in social media emanates from what we're doing here now. Why did they?
Very true, City. But on this one, on the 2026 finance bill, I think you'll give us the kudos. I mean, starting from the person you've mentioned, C.S. Mbadi, he really did, and he went all out.
No.
He really did.
Gabriel,
I know.
It's not. It is not. Mbadi does his bit. My point was this:
more needs to be done.
Look, how many people could have talked on this subject, so that you go to this particular media house, you go to this platform, you go to this, to this podcast. It is a conversation that people have no choice but to listen to.
Correct. No, I think on this one, CT, I mean, there's still room for improvement, but on this one, I think we did a great job. You saw Parliament. In particular, the majority leader went all out. You had the chair of the budget committee. You had quite a number of chairs who went around the media houses, to really try and put things into perspective as far as the finance bill was concerned. Quite a number of people actually came out.
We even hosted here members of the budget committees, Dr. Pukose and Dr. Makali.
Exactly.
Yes.
And also, I think there were this what you call socio town halls, that were held to try and enlighten people.
Yeah.
But also at the same time, I saw professionals who took to social media
to break down
and actually try and make people see things differently. They actually steered a conversation from where it was misinformation to now where people are starting to think straight. And I really liked that. But at the same time, we had opposing voices who also took to the same spaces to try and misinform. Siti, let me tell you something that you've said about these podcasts. They are actually growing. And one thing I'm also realizing, you have so many people who are starting to turn away from negative news. And that's why, Siti, you are having many followers, by the way. You and Buvi. That's why you're seeing you have people who tune in because they want a conversation where they are getting informed, where somebody knows that what CT says, CT has done enough research, movie has done enough research, that this is something that I can shine against my reality and say, enyewe, by the way, hii ni ukweli. Not the usual, stages or studios that are set up somewhere, and people are just arguing on non-factual things. Yani CD, you get out of your car in the morning having listened to some podcasts, and your brain is tired.
Yeah.
People are waking up on a daily basis realizing no, there are certain podcasts I need to listen to because at least there's mature conversation,
substance.
City, I'm always reminding people, yes, we talk about the non-proliferation of our airwaves. But CT, I think you are a good student of history. You are here in this great region of ours when a country was taken to a very bad civil war because of the airwaves. Can we ever forget about Radio Milcolin? Look at what they did. So sometimes I say, even if you're behind this mic, be responsible. Be responsible. So many people are listening to you, and want you if you have many followers and people who trust you. For you to mislead people is very easy.
Do we still have a Ministry of Information in this country?
We do.
Okay, what do they do?
We even have a media council.
Yeah.
And a communications authority.
Yeah, and I think I'm glad. This is a conversation we need to have as a country. This is a conversation we need to have because we have seen the goodness of what the media can bring, and also we've seen the dark side of this microphone movie. We have seen in our lifetime.
When where the conversation goes off is where you have two polarized sides, and each has a standpoint from which they are unwilling to move. So somewhere in between, the truth will be lost. So if we put the truth aside and just deal with facts and say, these are the facts.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
What will surprise you is that there are people who will oppose the facts. I'm not talking truth here.
Yeah.
And the reason why they're opposing the facts is because they have believed what they consider to be a truth.
Yes.
Okay? And they are upset that you are bringing in something that sounds convincing
Yes.
and interfering with their position. So they react to it, some very violently.
Yeah.
But it is a good thing when people react because it means they have heard you.
Yes.
They are interacting with the information
Correct.
you've given them.
Correct.
But then you have to continue. Why do I say this? There is a discussion that we've had for the last 3 years, and the discussion was this: SHA isn't working. In fact, SHA doesn't work. This affordable housing is a scam. The houses will not be built. Look at my pay slip; it has been raided. The payslip bit was factual.
Yes.
That conversation has now changed because the houses that we were told were a scam can now be seen.
Correct.
There are details that are still opaque, but
Yes.
you can see them.
See them. Correct.
The number of complaints about SHA that we now hear has to do with government paying hospitals.
Correct.
And there is also a discussion about what it is that actually people need to understand about the reimbursement process.
Correct.
Now, the people who can explain this are the government or the agencies that work with SHA.
Correct.
But that loud noise of it not working has gone down significantly.
Totally.
And you hear people saying this thing works, and they give examples.
Yes.
I had relatives who benefited from the beginning, so every time people said it didn't work, I had to ask, what do you mean?
Yes.
And which part of it doesn't work?
Correct.
I asked the same question today. But the discussion about a new system and the problems that new systems tend to have was never had in great detail.
Correct.
Because when you introduce a new system, you're more or less piloting it.
Yes.
There are things you will have to understand because you haven't done it.
Yes.
So you're doing it. You will come across very many issues.
Yes.
But that conversation was not had. So what am I saying? There is need to move away from these adversarial conversations to what you call honest conversations.
Yes.
And say, yes, we welcome these complaints that you have, but be specific, point out, so that we know exactly what we need to sort out. This thing
I like that argument, City. I like it. But also, when you talk about the conversation of point out something. Is there something we were going through with the finance bill? So to take you a little bit back, you know, many people who came out to the floor to utter the lies. The confrontation was very simple. Just show us the clause that you're talking about. We have the finance bill. Everybody has it. Tell us, lead us to that clause that you're talking about so that we can debate it. Very few of them could show it. And to me, that was the scary part. Because you are coming to the floor of the house, that sacred floor, if you will, and uttering things that, first of all, you don't even know. Now, you have been given the ability and the mandate to represent people. The best you can do is argue based on facts. But here you have somebody in a suit, broad daylight, talking about non-existent chapters.
Can I ask you a question, Gabriel?
Yeah.
If it was known that the people who are considered to be on the side of the government were known even in parliament to be able to silence the naysayers by simply providing the facts consistently,
yes,
the naysayers would be afraid to speak because they would know that they would be responded to with the fact. Because this is not what I like, what I don't like. The facts are as follows.
Yes, and that one came out. But also we have another aspect, CT, of the nay. You want to say no, not because it is something that you fervently believe to be a thing that you're opposing for the good of the people you represent, but you're doing so to earn political mileage.
Yes.
I've actually seen it.
Oh, but it's what takes center stage of conversations that politicians have.
Yes.
The truth be damned. I mean,
yeah, exactly. You're just saying no. Like you see, it was very fashionable, like you just said, back then they used to say SHA is not working. But until you interact with that environment, that's when you realize, wait a minute, why have I been saying that SHA is not working? Number one, you've not been to the hospital. You don't have any.
Some of them haven't even registered for SHA.
Correct. And I remember I actually had a conversation with somebody who was saying SHA is not working, and I was trying to help them register. So I'm like, at what point did you realize SHA wasn't working? Because you've not interacted, number one, with the system. You've not gone to hospital. Where? At what point? You know? So, see, this is what I'm saying. The no has become like the default setting. CT, have you said no? Is it come from God? No. And that is why, CT, to be honest, that is why, movie, we have been left behind, swimming in mediocrity as our neighbors are advancing. Just yesterday, we were looking at what our neighbor Ethiopia is doing as far as Bishoftu Airport is concerned. These are people now who are talking about an airport, $12 billion in investment to hit 100 million. What do you think they are thinking? Look at their dams that they are doing, you know, and they are doing this silently. No drama, nothing. We tried, even with the Adani. Look at the conversation that was here. People were marching to the airport, and the late Right Honorable Raila Odinga was the first to call it out. I say, guys, we cannot be this negative. And it goes on to tell you that this default setting of saying no
needs to change.
It must. For us to realize where we are going as a country, we must be critical thinkers.
On the issue of compensation, Gabriel, the conversations around the amounts of money that people are being paid, then some of the victims are saying, look, we need to know who is being compensated, because they feel like, kuna watu wanaweza kwa hiyo list ama kwa hiyo orodha who might be receiving money that they do not deserve. We have
that conversation was there. In fact, it's funny, because we were discussing it this morning, very early in the morning, and obviously this committee led by Professor Makamutua, they've gone through a great deal, and we are glad that the conversation is happening. And yes, there was a list which the verified victims, the one that I have, talks about 348 verified victims. Fatalities 115, where each person will be getting about 3 million. Severe injuries, there are 24. Moderate injuries 137. Minor injuries 60. Sexual offenses about 8, and economic 8. Who will be getting, I think, 1 million. Severe injuries will also be getting 1 million. Moderate injuries 500,000. Minor injuries, you're talking about 50,000, and then economic loss, there was 50,000. So a total of about give or take 500 million. But the most important thing that we're also talking about to the victims, this wait is over. And the mere fact that there has been this conversation, it is not. City, I came to realize we read things, on the periphery of it, but when you look deep down, they are very weighty. Because here you're talking to families probably who lost their loved ones. They'll never get them back. But at least there's something. There's an element of compensation. And it stems back to Akina Baby Pendo. What do you tell such parents? The parents of people like Rex Masai. How do you have a discussion with those parents? But as we talk about compensation, I think there's also another element of justice. It is still being pursued. There's no justice that's going to be suspended. If policemen were culpable, if they did not follow the code of their code of conduct, then the wheels of justice are still continuing, because really justice is what gives us an even keel.
Right.
Yeah. So as we talk about compensation, it is also good that we continue talking about, the pursuit of justice. And I think the mere fact that we've gotten to a point where now the victims are now starting to see enyewe, it is not business as usual that a life is lost and everybody goes to their business. There is follow-up.
Yeah.
There is thorough investigation. And at the end of the day, this environment can actually be well managed. Obviously, movie, you will have people who will come from the without. People who would want to run fraudulent activities. I was. But I can tell you, the verification process is also sio kidogo.
Why are some of these cases taking so long? I know they're in court, and that's a court process. But I think even IPO at one point said that they're being frustrated as far as gathering evidence is concerned. Some of their colleagues in the police service, frustrating their efforts. And if our victim, I'd be like, "Wow, hii kesi yangu itaisha kweli?"
No. There has been, like I'm telling you, there has always been. Somebody says, what do they say, CT, about the wheels of justice? They grind slowly, right?
They actually grind slowly, but truly.
Yeah.
You see, again, remember, the compensations emanate from a background of very many unresolved social issues that we've had in this country.
Yes.
You can take your pick as to where you want to start, okay? You can start with Mau Mau if you wish.
Yes.
You can then move to Wagala massacre and the massacres that occurred.
Yes.
You can go on to the shooting of residents in Kisumu when the motorcade of Jomo Kenyatta was passing through. The list goes on. Why I call them unresolved is whenever we go through trauma of that nature, there are certain things you lay to rest by confronting the problems that arose, and you also confront what it is that needs to be done about it. But just like we talk about public participation, that is public participation at its very core, because those who suffered the losses, if they were perpetrated by individuals, like in communities where people have had conflicts, they need to hear people from that community saying they were sorry. They need to see. Forget compensation.
Yes.
Compensation comes last. We, unfortunately, despite the many commissions that we've had trying to unravel these issues, we've never really dealt with their findings and the recommendations. So there are things which are in abeyance, and unfortunately others come and pile on top of it. The problem is, when you pile things on top of each other, when they now surface, they often surface as an explosion.
Yes.
When, in essence, you could have dealt with them easily.
Okay.
This is a step. This discussion we're having about compensation is a step. It would help tremendously if it was understood how those figures are arrived at.
Yes.
We know that the Kenya National Human Rights Commission provided some of these
guidelines.
Numbers. Yes,
They give the guidelines.
But how many people know that?
Very few.
Yes, they think the government, some 2 people went and Gabriel and 3 people in the department, we sat down and said, out of 2 million.
In fact, I'm glad City you've said it, because the guidelines are actually through Kenya National Commission of Human Rights.
Yes.
They provided the guidelines.
Yes.
And then also the eligibility criteria.
Yes.
Because like City saying, what would hold somebody from waking up, somebody who was shot by police, stealing? Yeah?
Yes.
Back in the day, to come and say, hey,
I need compensation,
Yes.
Gabriel, let me tell you.
So there's that eligibility criteria. It's not an easy thing, as people make it out.
We had community members from a place called Solai in the studio.
Yes.
And they were talking about the tragedy that occurred 8 years ago.
Yes.
When the Solai Dam burst.
Yes.
Okay? One of the things that is never mentioned, it was one dam. There are very many dams in that particular
Yes.
But
true.
Moja tu ndio watu wanaongelea.
Yes.
But the thing they said, we had a total of 4 people who came in. They said the number of people who came to claim, people they've never seen in their lives, and people who don't live, it was what they found astounding. They knew the number of people who had died.
Wow.
But you find 500 people and you're wondering, where have these people come from? And they are claiming compensation.
Yes.
Now, once you understand that tendency of Kenyans,
correct,
you have to have guidelines.
Correct.
You have to say, this is how we arrived at A, the individuals, B, the cost, everything.
True, very true.
If people want to debate,
yes,
you've already given them the structure within which they
correct,
can debate.
Correct.
And if they want to find fault.
Correct.
But I'm going beyond that, and I'm saying, oftentimes when we complain as Kenyans,
yes,
the avenue for complaint represents complaints that we've had that may not even relate to that particular issue.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like, for instance, when people tell you this government is evil, what do they mean?
It is evil. Yes. They are anti-Christ.
Yes.
or
they tell you the government is killing all of us. And you're as a person, but
you're alive.
You look very alive. What am I saying? If we do not have discussions as to the burden and the pain that people feel, and how they find an avenue of expressing their pain when such issues come up, it must be understood. So when somebody may sound unreasonable, actually they are not being unreasonable.
Yes.
In the absence of this particular opportunity to vent, they would not have an opportunity to vent.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. That is very true. And also the commission went ahead yesterday. I think you may have seen that data, and they went importantly to tell the victims who have not filed the claim to go do so, and people who have not provided their bank accounts to also go out and do so. But one thing I want really to underline is, and it's a concern that people have asked, is that the wheels of justice, will continue to prevail.
Yeah.
Those who have been found culpable, those who are still going on through the court processes, I think that will still continue. Okay. Because at the end of the day, all of us, the one thing that Kenyans will demand is justice.
All right.
So as much as we talk about this compensation, which has come in at quite handy for many.
Yeah.
And it's a process that has been well received. Obviously, we've seen the naysayers, some people coming to say, "Apana, that's not enough." And that's why I'm liking CT brought out. There are guidelines. It's not that the government waking up to say, even if no. There are certain guidelines that have been put in place, and those are the ones that are being fervently followed. So as time go by, we also must realize, even with such a scheme to compensate, it should not become an encouraging factor that watu kama sasa niliona watu wakisema kuna maandamano, somebody goes out and is an elected leader, very revered probably in the society or in the area of their representation, and goes to declare that's their public holiday. Now this is a lawyer of no mean repute. City, we have a problem.
Actually, no. We actually don't have a problem in that sense, Gabriel. I'm going to explain to you why I'm saying we don't have a problem, okay? We seem to have focused our attention not on the electoral period, but on the presidential election. In my opinion, the focus is completely misplaced. All these leaders who shout whatever it is their political leaning is, they seem to have forgotten that the Constitution gave us something very unique called devolution.
Correct.
And devolution was actually an economic process. That's what it was intended.
Yes.
Economic meaning, many of the problems we speak of have to do with poverty that our people suffer.
Right.
But the focus is never on what the counties are doing to reduce poverty of their people. Because our counties are ours.
Yes.
Like me, I come from Kisumu County.
Correct.
Wow, ni Wajaluo.
Yes.
Okay? Yes.
Yes.
Ni watu wetu.
Yes.
So if that government doesn't do what it's supposed to do, it is those Wajaluo predominantly who will feel the brunt of that. Now, should the discussion not be about how our county governments need to be front and center in improving the lives of the citizens? Because we live in counties.
Correct.
All of us.
Correct.
But now this is the political leaning that we have. Those who are in the opposition and those who want to vie for seats, everything that they're doing ends up being centered on the presidency.
Correct.
So it's
And actually, as you did respond to that, maybe you can just throw in this issue rather of Angata Barikoi. I mean, surely we are still witnessing political violence in this particular day and age. I mean, it's crazy when we have skirmishes, people are dying because there's an impending by-election.
yes.
You know, for once, I've never understood that cyclic cycle. Honestly, I've never understood it. Why, when it comes to an election, a by-election, or whichever kind of election, it's still marred by violence.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes it's so egregious because these are people who've lived in that society, rising against each other. Now, I'm not saying that those that are living without that society should, raise up arms against each other. But now when you see, and I can give
Who
you an
supplies
example.
them with arms?
And I can give you an example. Those are some of the things
How do
that really...
people who live peacefully with each other
Yes.
for 4 years continuously,
Correct.
then suddenly you have an election,
Yes.
and then
They are now enemies.
They're waving machetes at each other. How?
Exactly. You see how emotive our politics have become. And by the way, I put it at the footsteps of our leaders.
Yeah.
You know, let me give you an example. I had a lady comes out to say there was, and I'll give you an example with all Kalau.
Yeah.
There was a medical camp, and somebody went on the airwaves and said, "You see these gadgets that monitor blood pressure, yeah." He said, when they put that gadget on your finger,
Yeah.
they are stealing your biometrics.
Someone said that.
Somebody said that, and actually, it brought the people were actually moving now to do what? To come and fight that, or those people who are conducting that medical camp. People actually believed.
Wanaibua
Yes.
personal data.
Because, yes. And I sat back and said, what if these people really took up arms or machetes to come and do damage to the people coming to give? You know, you get.
Yeah.
Number two, somebody picks a microphone and says, if you do not see anybody who doesn't look like they belong,
Deal with them.
goes on to say, they better, when they are coming to do this or when they are coming to campaign here, let them leave the pin to their wives because they will
die.
They will
Basically,
die.
that's what they meant. Yeah.
That's what they say. And then I look at that whole verbiage and I realize we have not learned from things like 2007, 2008. We have not learned what we went through. Because if politicians can pick microphones and utter such words,
Yeah.
it goes on to tell you that we have still not learned. We feel as if we've not paid the price.
Gabriel, there's something we've learned, though. We've learned that we can get away with it.
That's the other thing. In fact, I've argued that point. The reason people say such things, it is because they know they can get away with it.
Yes.
Because the other jurisdictions, you cannot even dare say such a thing. Because they still have the trauma of what they've gone through in the past.
Gabriel, mbona watu wasishikwe? There's something CS Murkomen said the other day. He said, we know these politicians usually wanachochea nini.
Yes.
Of course, I'm paraphrasing.
Yes.
What is so difficult about arresting Mbuvi mwenye anachocha watu?
And you know, I think City and Mbuvi, I pray one day we get there. I pray that national cohesion,
Shika huyu mtu mfunge.
you know,
Hata Kenyans will be behind you because Kenyans agree that this
but
is
the way, but also sometimes they know how it works.
Mm.
The counter element of it.
Okay.
They know that if I'm arrested, that means many votes. to me.
Funga huo jamaa so that watu hata wakipiga kura watakuwa napigia debe kura.
But but kuna kitu you used to say back in our day, ili iwe funzo kwako na wengine wenye tabia kama hiyo.
Exactly.
You know?
But look, if what we hear are strong statements from the minister who is in charge of security, but we see nothing happening, this isn't the first time. Hate speech was a problem in the Uhuru government.
Correct.
It took one weekend when people like Babu Owino et al. And Junet were arrested.
Yes.
They went to Kamkunji.
Yes.
There's something special about that Kamkunji. Hey,
it is a birthplace of revolutions.
When they were released.
Yes.
Model citizens.
Yeah, you know.
They were arrested and the grounds for the arrest was clear.
Yes.
Those guys were making some genuinely incendiary comments.
Totally.
Now, why are we allowing these fellows to run amok?
No, I actually think that should be, that ought to be the course of action. And I actually look forward when we shall have some of these politicians serving serious jail time. And I think we need to learn, because I sometimes sit back and think, hapa tunacheza na moto. Just because we've really not entered such a fierce environment, it should not take that we should now play with such verbiage. Because some of these things, CT, when you listen to them, you cringe.
Yes,
did they just say
what they've just said?
You know? And this is an elected member, but they know what they are saying is music to the ears of the audience.
But I also think, Gabriel, political parties are also not putting their people in check.
No.
Juzi tu kuna MP amesema Burundians atenda watoe mahali wanafanya makazi kwa mijengo, and the party that she represents, or that she was voted in with, is quite on that particular issue.
You know, actually, we were having that discussion yesterday about the people coming in, and I came to realize it's probably what we are going. It's the entire region.
Yeah.
I've been to our neighboring countries where I find so many Kenyans, and I also hear the same complaints.
Yeah.
Now there are two things to that debate. I know people who have come in genuinely to this country. They have all the documentation that is required to set up a business.
True.
They've set up businesses where they've even gone ahead to employ Kenyans who are working, they're making a living, paying taxes, living within the prescribed
laws.
Yes. At the same time, there are those who have cut corners, and those are the people we need to deal with. Yeah.
As we should.
Go out in places like Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda. There are also complaints about Kenyans. And there was one I had, somebody saying, hey, nyinyi bana, nyinyi makarani. Nyinyi accountants bana, nyinyi wa Kenya mmekuwa wengi sana huku kwetu, kwani sisi hatuna accountants. But if you look at how they've come in, it is through the genuine means. They've actually been given permits to work. Now, I can understand what the society is saying vis-a-vis, the true element that they have. They have all the necessary documents for them to be productive and work. Same way you have Kenyans who have established businesses and they've gone to pay taxes, and Right. So this is a conversation I think that East Africa must have. Okay. Because if you look really at the heart of what East Africa cooperation was, yes, much of it is about trade, open borders or one-stop border, but it also talks about, in Kiswahili, uwiano, na kuwa na uhusiano mzuri wa kibiashara, that we have free movement of goods.
Okay.
And so I think it is a conversation East Africa must have. And I think, I hope this is a debate they can put up in the assembly.
Unajua,
East Africa tuisikize.
Tanzania hapa. Part of the reason why we are disliked.
Yes.
You know the way we talk to each other and we treat each other?
Yes.
It should stop at the border.
Yes.
When you get to that other country, figure out how they
Kuwa na nidhamu.
Correct to each other.
Yes, don't go and do the things you do here. We understand each other very well.
You know, CT, that you've said that, was in Dar es Salaam once. This is a very good story. Hata Wakenya waisikie. And you know, I woke up very sijakosea mtu. Unaamka, you go where you're going. We were I remember we were in a conference, we were in a hotel, and I went and took my breakfast, came and sat down, and these guys were really shocked. And I said, hey, Mkenya wana, I'm kuwa watu.
Yes.
You know, I mind my business.
Yeah.
How
Kenyans we mind our business.
Wow, siti ati wako pale, where you take your break, unaenda kukaile upande nyingine. And that's what they said. Hey, ndugu Mkenya bana, I'm kuwa watu.
So they want you when you get in kwa zile mko vyema?
Yes.
Salama?
Yes.
Haya, barikeni basi.
Yes. But you see, it has not even registered.
We don't.
Watu wewe utaki kushughulika na kila mtu.
Unasalimia watu nini
they
sasa?
take it very, it's an offense.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
Yes, and
Greet
when you're in a
people.
public place like a restaurant, this can happen. Where?
Matumbo yangu iko hapo wewe.
There's nothing like that.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
So as we conclude on this one, wa Kenya pia wamekuwa kuuliza, the president is traveling really much, you know, using expensive jets and so on and so forth. But what I want to know specifically is where we can get information on, and I've been using this example over and over again, Azerbaijan, for example. When he went to Azerbaijan, how is Kenya going to visit from that particular trip, and also Azerbaijan, how are they going to benefit from that trip? Because waliongea na wao. Also, he was in Finland, met the prime minister there, and they had conversations. But I'd really like to know, and this one I'm asking genuinely, how do I get information on, fine, he was in Finland, what did we discuss, and what is coming out of there?
By the way, that's a very good question. Number one, the president came out and because it was a big debate. Easy my travel.
And expensive jets.
And I've told people, number one, every trip that the president goes is very strategic.
Yep.
Yeah. And it, in fact, nearly all the trips that he goes, there is an advantage that comes back home.
I am sure there is.
He said he does not go on holiday, which is true. When you look at some of the places that he has gone, in matters coffee, in matters tea, in matters labor mobility, you know, great bilateral agreements. When you look at what he did when he went to France for the G7, the trips that he has made even in South Africa, compounded, they bring a lot of relevance back home.
Okay.
There's a lot of data that we have had, na sio peke yake ile mlikuwa watu wanasoma kwa mitandao. You know, there was a time people just made sure that the topic was just the jets that he's using. It is a good debate to bring it online so that you can hit at the president, you know. But the presidential airlift, any place he's going, is very strategic. I always look, you know, at the grand scheme of things when he returns home. And I can guarantee you, none of the trips the president has made has not brought out an advantage, a strategic advantage.
Where do we get the
information?
Country? Yes.
The information is there, by the way.
We check the government website.
Hata usiende mbali. Enda State House page.
Okay.
It has ama kwa diaspora. The Ministry of Diaspora. Just go. This information is there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we will know this is what he decided. I mean, sorry, this is
even the agreements. Even the agreements.
Okay.
Even the agreements that he had.
All right.
They are all there in black and white.
Okay.
Na hii kitu hii maneno ya jets. I think we just need to be, tunafaa kuwa wazalendo. You know, the last thing you would want, even you, City, if you have to be honest, and I saw somebody trying to put up that point, the president should take Kenya Airways. Yeah, it's not that he hates Kenya Airways. He's used it before, you know. But if that is the conversation that you're talking, what of the routes that our airline, our national airline, doesn't serve? I mean, hata wewe mbuvi, imagine ukuna na president kwa makonkuzu huko anazungusha mifuko. I mean, there's...
Why don't you just ask the question? if it's cost saving, why doesn't the president not take a matatu when he's going to Mombasa?
Exactly. Yes.
Yes.
Because
I'm a SGR.
Yeah, I'm a rude. You know, sometimes we cheapen the president's travel, even when you know fully well that it's bringing strategic advantages.
Gabriel, that's the point we do not know.
You see, I don't mind the president spending $1 billion an hour. As long as at the end of the day, Kenya is getting 10 times that.
Like you remember the Norway. You remember his trip to Norway. He landed there, and within minutes, Mbuvi, 1,000 jobs, seafarer jobs, done. You know, $500 million. He signed immediately a land on bilateral trades. Yeah. In fact, hiyo alikuwa ameland 100 hiyo seafarers, 120 were immediately hired.
Okay.
And then the 4 cooperation pillars. I mean,
is it possible, Gabriel, before these travels, is it possible for the citizen to we know the president is going to these places?
Yes.
Yes, you say it is in the website and what have you. But a summary of this is what the president is going, just so that even as this conversation would be a very different one if that information had been given to us before he traveled.
Yeah, I think
you know how we Kenyans are. We are going to ask.
And sometimes I don't know whether it's on the diplomatic circles, but I agree with you. Like the one for Belgium, when he went to Belgium, how much was it? Was I think 102 million euro on the EU Kenyan digital partnership. And that really was ile kitu tunaita Kiswahili fanya nini ilizua hisia yeah, the blue raman cable tukaongelea hapo. So when the president was coming back, he had nearly how much nearly 139 million euro worth of investment. Sasa unakuta jamaa pale anaenda kucompare.
Yes.
I mean sometimes I feel
we do compare. You see, like now we're talking about it after the event. Imagine if this had been spoken of before.
Gabriel, itabidi nimekufukuza. I'm so sorry. We have overrun by 11 minutes.
Poleni. You know, it's always an honor to come and sit with you guys. It's good conversation. You know, sometimes I feel this is how the debate should be.
Na tukifika 8:12 nitafutwa kazi. So thank you so much.
Anytime, my friend.
Kindly next time kuja tuendelee kuongea because some other issues that we would have spoken about, unfortunately hatujaongea.
Good.
But karibu tena sana.
Asante sana Mbuvi. NCT, asanteni sana.
All right, folks. The news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenya National Highways Authority has announced a temporary partial closure of a section of Mombasa Road at the Eastern Bypass Junction to facilitate road construction works. In a public notice issued on Tuesday, Kenha said the affected section will be partially closed from June 30th to 7th of July 2026. The closure will affect the Mombasa-bound lanes at the Mombasa Road and Eastern Bypass Junction ramp. The Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops and the Inter-Religious Council are calling for sobriety as a section of Kenyans prepare to mark the commemoration of the June 25th protest tomorrow. Speaking in Nairobi, the clergy urged the government to listen to all voices, exercise tolerance, and ensure that security agencies do not use force on those who turn up for the events. The Catholic bishops also called on both the opposition and the government to engage in sincere dialogue to address long-standing national issues.
Whoever participates in anything, in any activity, in any demonstration, must bear in mind the importance, the critical importance of the dignity of human life that has to be protected. The respect for property, whether the property is private or public, it is important that all of us as Kenyans, we respect the dignity of human life.
The Mombasa County Security and Intelligence Committee has issued a stern warning of a rising wave of mob justice linked to false claims of disappearing male genitalia. The committee, led by Mombasa County Commissioner Mohamed Noor, says the reports are malicious fabrications allegedly being spread by organized conmen. The group is said to be exploiting public fear to cause panic, rob unsuspecting residents, and loot businesses. Authorities have warned that anyone found participating in assaults or spreading the hoax will face prosecution.
Tumeweza kushika mtu mmoja Likoni ambaye alikuwa anafanya hiyo jambo, ambaye alisema amepoteza vitu yake yote, lakini daktari tumeenda tumemwangalia ako sawa. Hakuna mtu amepoteza kitu yote. Hiyo uwezo hakuna mtu ako naye. Tumeenda kwa hospitali zote, health centers, kila pale. Hakuna, ni porojo na inatumiwa vibaya hasa kwa TikTok, na kuna wale jana katika soko la Kongowea waliweza kuumiza mtu, na soko ile kubwa ingine ya Mirikiti. Hii yote ni nia ya kuleta vurugu ndio alafu waweze kuiba.
A growing number of national identity cards remain uncollected in government offices across the country, now exceeding 500,000, highlighting a widening gap between issuance and actual pickup. Figures from the Department of Immigration and Citizen Services show that 520,000 IDs are currently awaiting collection, up from 460,000 recorded in March. This represents an increase of 60,000 cards within just 2 months, prompting renewed government efforts to encourage applicants to collect their documents. Israeli soldiers have shot dead 2 people in southern Lebanon, according to Lebanese Health Ministry, in the first fatal incident reported since a recent ceasefire between Israel and Iran-backed group Hezbollah appeared to take hold at the weekend. The state-run national news agency in Lebanon reported that the 2 men were killed while standing near a bulldozer that was clearing a road in the town of Nabatieh al-Fuka. Hezbollah condemned the shooting, calling it a blatant violation of the ceasefire. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Croatia remain in contention for a last 32 spot at the World Cup after beating Panama in Toronto to register their first points in Group L. A win on Saturday against Ghana, who earlier drew 0-0 with England, will confirm Croatia's place in the knockout phase. Substitute Ande Budimir's goal 9 minutes into the second half eliminated England's final group opponents Panama, who have lost their first 2 matches. Cristiano Ronaldo has made history after becoming the first player to score in 6 different World Cup tournaments. The 41-year-old forward found the net in the 6th minute of Portugal's match against Uzbekistan, finishing off a cross from Joao Cancelo and a right-footed strike to give Portugal a 1-0 lead. Ronaldo immediately ran to the bench to celebrate with his teammates after the landmark goal. The goal comes after criticism of his goalless performance in Portugal's opening 1-1 draw against Congo. Ronaldo, alongside Argentina captain Lionel Messi, has now become one of the few players to feature in 6 World Cup tournaments. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa, 89.5 in Garissa. Shout out to Mr. Terry and Danson Kenya, and Big T, and Alex Gyoko, and Kagema Mudhami, William Musita, Willy Kitala, Wachane Art, and Muko. Muko, thank you so much for coming through. And I think I've mentioned Willy Kitala. City, I was just mentioning this to you as we were waiting for to start this hour, that folks that listen to this station really do not like the government.
I'm sure they have the reasons.
Some of the things they're saying here about the government really inakwanga zingine ni ngumu hata kuuliza hewani.
You know, Paul, what happens is this, when people say things that you consider nasty, those utterances come from somewhere.
Yeah.
Somebody who is happy and is enjoying life doesn't go around saying unpleasant things.
Yeah.
They rarely do.
But one thing they agree with UCT is on that issue of communication. I've actually seen several comments on the issue to do with communication, and indeed, the government needs to improve on that one.
Your story, I'm getting to a point where I'm actually going to stop talking about it.
Advise them.
No, it's not a question of advising
them.
They know this thing well. It's not that they don't know.
Yes.
The question is, why is it so difficult?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
What is it that we don't understand about communication? There may be something about communication that the government knows that we don't know. But how can it be difficult when you have a ministry? That's why do we have a Ministry of Information? I'm told yes, we do. Okay. And Communication Authority, blah, 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 blah. Then we have government spokesman. The president is traveling out. Is it difficult for them to say that the president will be going to
Azerbaijan,
that country you mentioned, Belgium, Finland, Norway, and we expect that when he goes to this place,
conversations,
this and this and this and this. I don't know. Kwisha, we've been told. Now we are left to figure it out,
and we do figure it out.
My friend, we figure it in the most adverse way possible. He is wasting our money. Why is he flying? But the government could control the conversation. They leave it to us. We ran away with it.
In studio, our guest is for this hour is Joachim Simiu. Now, Joachim is the Secretary General of Safina Party. Joachim, good morning. Welcome back to Radio Generation.
It's always a pleasure to be here.
Actually, the pleasure is all ours.
Yeah.
Nice to have you here today.
Thank you very much.
Now, kuna swali tulikuwa tumeuliza in the previous hour, and actually I think we even asked it yesterday, and I'll ask it to you again. And it's on the issue of the finance bill.
Yes.
Why is it that government and opposition members of parliament were giving conflicting information? What's not happening?
That's why you realize that as Safina we keep saying that we should not play shallow politics.
Okay.
That as the people who are saying we want to provide an alternative government, we should be more precise, more deep, more eloquent in explaining things.
Very true.
But if we look like we are equally inept, then what difference are we offering? So when I was looking at the discussion about the finance bill on the floor of the House, to some extent I was disappointed because we needed to win the confidence of the people. Someone really knows that the finance bill is bad.
Yes.
But they don't know how to say it.
Okay.
For us, the issue we are having with the finance bill is not really because the government knows that in 2024 we attacked the finance bill by going into details, clause by clause by clause.
Yeah.
And they waited that we will do the same thing, and actually we did. Most of the opposition members of parliament did. They wanted to get into the technical part of it, and they lost it completely. My issue with the finance bill is that as a document of the finance bill is a begging document. It's a begging document that when the government comes up with the expenditure projections, they look at the revenue they are going to get. Then there is that disparity. The amount of money we need to spend in this financial year, when we look at what we'll be getting, it will not be enough. So you go back to the people to beg them for something more, an extra coin. So as you go back to the people, the finance bill must come after you have approved budget. that we have a budget of 4.8 trillion. We are going to get projected revenue of 2.8 trillion. Now we need the shortfall, and we are coming back to the people. Because of this expenditure that we have, you give us an extra 120 billion, which means the finance bill should be clear of the things we are going to fund by raising that extra coin that they want. So our issue with the finance bill is wholesome. If there is no clarity of what we are funding, it has come even before the budget. Then, and at the end of the day, even if someone fails to actually say what exactly it's talking about, at the end of the day, it is seeking to raise an extra 120 billion, which means you are the one who will bear that burden.
For sure.
They can hide it in technical jargon, but at the end of the day, it will be you. I was looking at someone else. Was it Atandi? Who said, was it Makanyamita, somebody like that?
Okay.
Who said that, let's say we are taxing extra foreign landlords. And none of this building, but it's not a resident of this country.
Yes.
When we tax that person, some 30% extra, he will carry that burden to who? To the tenant.
The tenants, yes.
A tenant is who?
A
Kenyan here. So at the end of the day, is it the landlord or a Kenyan bearing more burden?
It is a Kenyan.
It always circles back to the people. So this explanation of the effect of the finance bill to the ordinary Kenyan, it had to come out very clearly. And I think that matters such as this, when we have such a bill going to be passed, I think members of parliament need to have even a retreat to discuss it before they go to the floor of the house. If we are opposition and we want to say we reject the finance bill, it's important we understand what we are rejecting, so that when you are given a chance to speak on the floor of the house, you actually make sense. Sasa sahi wanaulizwa where is clause 169?
It doesn't exist actually.
It doesn't exist. So what confidence are we sparing in the people? Explaining to the people that this finance bill, we might not know where the clauses are, but at the end of the day, we are needed to give an extra 120 billion from what we have already given. That we need to cough out more. That's the issue.
But why would anyone, and this is the part that is baffling me, why would anyone mention a non-existing clause? Na anajua vizuri sana haiko. Could it be that at one point it was there, then it is no longer there?
Yes. So you had a rough draft and a fine draft. So maybe you had a rough draft, you went through it over the night.
Yeah.
So tomorrow you show up with the same draft. But then Kimani Ichung'wah comes with another one.
That has, and you see that's the part now. So he comes with another one. Lakini nyinyi opposition hamjui. So mko hapo mna argue mnasema but you see 169 says mitumba will be taxed.
Then anaamuka anasema show me clause 169.
So you have it on your end, but
yes.
He's telling you but it is not there. So and
that's I don't know how to call it. Is it trickery?
No, it isn't trickery.
Politics.
It isn't trickery. Because if we are going to have a discussion around the finance bill, the processes that go into that finance bill getting to its third reading, to the point where we are now discussing how it is that Parliament is going to go clause by clause by clause and assent or reject clause by clause, it means that question we are asking has been answered. You will come across the truth of whether that clause 169 exists or not. Because
I have a feeling
you must have known.
Yeah, because if you're going clause by clause and saying this is it, and then you say yes, we agree with this. This was the amendment. Yes, we agree. We move on to the next one. So you actually cover the entirety of that particular bill. But then the question which arises is this: how do we know that that is what the president assented to? But that is also not difficult.
Because I spoke to Honorable Eugene Wamalwa on Monday night here on the show, and he said, "Movie, we don't even know what the president is signing tomorrow."
He's playing politics.
He said tomorrow, by the way, on a serious note, hiyo kitu inaenda kusainiwa hawako sure ni nini ni
No,
gani
but
inaenda
that's playing
kusainiwa.
politics.
If the president signs anything else that was not passed in parliament, then he has not done anything.
And it will not be long before we know that is what has happened.
Yes.
Yes.
We
Because
will
these
know.
laws have to be published, Bwana. Whatever you assented to. We'll know the details.
It has to be gazetted, right?
Yes, it has to be gazetted.
Because this is the first time in the history of, as long as I have understood and known, these processes of budget making and finance bill, this is the first time I actually saw a confused opposition, and I was like, this is not, it's crazy.
What is it that you saw about the opposition that makes you term them as having been confused?
Because how is it that Kimani Ichung'wah can hold a presser and say these guys are lying to you, and if there's any of those kipengeles, alikuwa anaziita hivyo vipengeles, akuonyeshe. He leaves the interview, barely 5 minutes later Robert Mbui walks in and mentions those vipengeles, and I'm wondering, so who's fooling who?
We had 2 members of that committee that did these things. What did they tell us?
They also at one point had conflicting information. Here yesterday, you can watch it, it's on YouTube. At one point they had conflicting information, and I was like, budget committee.
You know, Paul, I listened very keenly to what those 2 gentlemen were saying. Okay? Remember, the point of disagreement was, how do you accept certain aspects of the clause or the bill, and then when it comes to voting for the entirety, you reject it. And they explained and said, but yes, we may agree
with some of them.
Precisely, but when you
The
put
entire
it
document
all
together,
no, that is not our position.
It has a lot that we don't want,
Yes.
even if it has some that we are good
We're
with.
okay with.
Yes.
Yeah.
You see, but if it is presented as a contradiction, they both were at pains to demonstrate that it isn't a contradiction. You can actually agree with A, B, C, D, and then disagree with the entirety of it.
Yes.
Now, what I have found with these conversations is this process of budget making becomes clearer and clearer and clearer. Now remember, it doesn't take place in a week or a month. This thing, like now, believe me, next month they're starting the process again. It starts. Data gathering, what have you. What we hear and what we communicate about or we talk about is the tail end of it. When we now want to make it into law.
We are talking so much about the finance bill, and we are not talking about appropriations bill.
Okay.
Because that one is that which directs money to different sectors. But how much are we getting for agriculture? The people should be knowing these things. How much are we getting for education? How much are we getting for development? Like, for instance, we have a budget of 760 billion for development, but we are borrowing 1.1. The law says we should borrow for development, right?
Yes.
But why do we need 1.1 when we have a development item of 700 billion? Why do we need the 400 extra? Or what is it for? Is it for recurrent expenditure? And if so, isn't it illegal?
We can't borrow for recurrent expenditure.
We have only development of 700 billion. Why do we need 1.1?
Actually, you are asking, what is the shortfall?
Yes.
What is this thing that is required? And yet, the interest that we're supposed to pay for our loans in this year also amount to exactly that same figure, 1.1 trillion. Yes. So,
are we then borrowing to pay?
Yes. You have to ask a question. So, what exactly are we doing?
Yes.
But more importantly, this is something that an economist need to explain to me.
Okay.
If we budget 760 billion for development, why don't we just use the 760 billion? Why must we borrow more?
Why are we borrowing?
Yes. If that's what we need, we've determined.
Yes.
And we've itemized it. Yes.
So I was looking at it, and I know most of the things will not happen, because on paper we can allocate even 2 trillion on development.
Yes, we can.
But at the end of the day, where is the actual cash? Where are we getting it from?
Yeah.
Because when in our in our expenditure. When we collect, let's say if we are going to be very generous, we get up to 2.7 trillion. Debt payment is how much?
1.5, 1.1.
No, that's the interest.
That's the interest.
1.5?
1.5 is what we need to pay.
Yes.
So what do we remain with?
So how much do you have? 1.2. How much do you need for operations and maintenance for a whole year? 600 billion.
Okay.
So you remain with 6. How much do you need for counties? 450 billion.
Pesa imeisha.
Pesa imeisha. You've not paid salaries. You need 80 billion per month to pay salaries. That's 900 billion in a year. Where do you get it from?
Actually 960, but yes.
So do you now understand why William Ruto is borrowing to pay allowances? Because we are paying debt. So so when I was looking at our own alternative as the opposition, I was just laughing.
Yeah.
Because
the 4.5 trillion?
4.3 trillion. I was just laughing. Because we will end up with the same problem. If we still pay this issue of debt, we still get the same problem.
So let me ask this question, because it's something that puzzles us here. Does the group that refers to itself as the United Opposition or the alternative government believe that communicating to Kenyans that what it is that they are going to do different is to point at what the government is doing and inform us that they're either going to reverse that particular process or they're going to do it better? So what exactly are we being told?
They are being reactive. We are being reactive. Let me say we, because I'm in opposition.
Yes, you are.
No, but we are being reactive instead of being proactive. Because when things are happening and you are coming to be head of government, you don't look at how I do things. Come up with your own formula of doing the same things. But so don't say you will reverse SHA. Oh, okay. Say exactly what you will do.
When you say you're going to reverse SHA, what do you mean?
What are you going to
Going
do?
back to NHIF.
No, NHIF had more limitations than SHA has. Infinitely more limitations.
See, what we are saying, that when you talk about SHA, it's a social health insurance fund. The word social means what? That you, as a person who is well off, and you can afford to pay remittances every month, and you don't regularly fall sick, so you don't use the money that you keep paying. So me, as a person who is a little bit unfortunate, I should be able to access medicine because you already paid for it. That's the whole essence of social health. But is it the case? It's not. So when we are coming and explaining to people the difference of how we are going to do things, we have spent a lot of time telling people that we are not going to pay debt. And it's about time we tell them how Kenya will look like when we don't pay. So when we say we are not going to pay school fees, what does that mean? What's the economic sense behind it? Because let's say you spend 120,000 every year to pay school fees. Now we have told you that you don't need to pay a shilling. So you have 120,000 available for other things. So you can buy a good shirt, which means that the person who sells
them is making money.
Is making money. He will need to go buy more. So the person who imports the or manufactures the shirts
is also making money.
Is also making more money. So the demand keeps increasing. When the demand keeps increasing, they will need more hands, which means they will need more employees. That's how the private sector creates employment. It becomes an economic stimuli. The amount of money you use for school fees, that's just one person. So there will be a lot of circulation of money within the economy, people thinking about what to innovate. Because you can now say, now that I don't pay school fees, let me use this money for agriculture. You go lease 2 acres in Trans Nzoia, you do your tomatoes. You have already started creating employment because you will need an extension officer, you will need to buy feeds, you will do that. That's how you spark growth. When we say that you will not pay health, it means that the money we've been spending on these bills is now available for other things. You can therefore identify a problem within the society and come up with a business idea of how to solve that problem. We intend to make the private sector the mover of the economy, not the government. Let's say someone was asking me that when we reduce VAT by 11% and replace it with a sales tax of 5%, the government is going to lose around 225 billion.
Okay.
Just on collection of VAT alone. Okay, the government has not collected VAT because the target is usually 400 billion in a year. So where is that 225 billion? It has remained in people's pockets. So it's venture capital. In our projection, in the first 3 months after reducing VAT, we'll be collecting around 100 billion with 5%. And because of the effect on the economy, by reduction of the same, it means that even production cost comes down by 11%. It has a knock-off effect on the end product's price. So things become more affordable. It affects the price of oil, it affects everything, storage, transportation. So when we say that we will not pay VAT, people must therefore sit down and think about what will Kenya look like when we don't do that. It's actually reducing the cost of production and at the end of the day, the cost of living.
Yeah.
In our projection, in 1 year after reducing VAT, the ripple effect it will have on the economy, even in the 5% sales tax, we will now be collecting around 700 billion to a trillion.
So it will actually quadruple that money.
Yes, because now when you save money as a business person, you plow it back into the business. You diversify what you have. It's not that people are not innovative. It's only that they have no access to credit. With all these things happening, you do not need to be told unajengewa nyumba. No. Let me as a person who has access to credit look around Bungoma and see what is needed here in Bungoma.
Rental houses.
Rental houses. I'll go build them privately. You will identify a problem in Makueni. Say, okay, here I can do this. We can build a milk processing plant. And it happens.
Yeah.
And it's possible. Why? Because there is no government borrowing money locally. So you can go to the bank
and borrow
money. And the interest rate is affordable. So at the end of the day, the private sector booms. We're having a country where it's government that is driving everything. You need to sit down and wait for government to do things for you. That should not be happening. A private sector that drives the economy, it's better for everyone.
What about a partnership between the government and private sector?
That also works, because you cannot really eradicate a government wholly out of business, because the government shall be doing licensing, regulation, and everything, and policies, just to regulate things, but not to be the ones driving it.
You know, I asked the question because the models that we look at tend to be Western models. And there is a price to be paid for allowing commercial interests to take a pole position. They can be more powerful than government. If I look at the balance that, say, Japan has, Korea has, China has, business is allowed to flourish. But some of the biggest business entities they have government input.
Yes.
We had a system that enabled that very symbiotic relationship to exist. We had it for a very, very long time. We had it through what we call ICDC, Industrial Commercial and Development Corporation. When you hear of, say, Kenya National Trading Corporation, it was an ICDC function. You have Uchumi. You have African Tours and Hotels. There are very many businesses that were in this country that was a partnership of sorts between the government, but the government had a vehicle that did that. So anything to do with commercial development, industrial development, there was a vehicle that actually was responsible for ensuring. So it was not serikali kuu directly. It is this vehicle that made it possible. And that's why we even had entities like agricultural finance. So you had an entity that dealt with agriculture and the financing of it. Understanding how whatever it is that you hoped to do would work, you had what you call farms, ADC farms as they were called. They were exhibition farms where you could actually go and see how this thing is actually done. You see it is done, and they were huge. Now, we've moved back on a great deal of that, and yet people who came to study our systems have done exactly what we're doing. Exactly. And we can see where they have gone with it. You know, most people do not know that something like ICDC in this country was started around 1954, even before independence. But again, it was the colonialists trying to understand how they could have a system that would make business and government works. At that time, farming was the mainstay of the country. If you want to understand how we've gone full circle, a lot of what farmers talk about with regards to pesticides are pesticides that are chemically induced. Some of them are harmful to human beings, yet there's a plant called pyrethrum. We not used to it, still grows here, but nobody grew it like we did. Now, pyrethrum gives you an organic base in which you can make some of these things, and it's very crucial to farming. What am I saying? I'm saying that when you look at Kari and what led then it became Kalro, that is Kari and Ilri getting together. Some of the innovations and the research that were conducted and still are with these institutions made our farming far, far more advanced than our neighbors. This Katumani mango you hear of,
yes,
it was a creation of Kari's. Some of the grass that is used in places like Australia that have massive cattle breeding stations and are huge in that business. Same with Brazil. A lot of that grass they use was innovated here in Kenya. Grass. Okay, what am I saying? I'm saying the idea of the business community playing a bigger role is important, because the business community understand business. But the PPP and the control, or something that meets our needs, or something that also understands how to grow a local business, an SME as we call it, or an SSME, again, we had cracked it. We let it slide. We had Kenya Industrial Estate. Do you know what it did? It dealt with these SMEs. It grew. When it was a certain level, ICD should come in because they had the bigger funds. The thinking in the 21st century, when we have all these young people and whose numbers are going to continue, the idea that Safina is speaking of, and how you can infuse this to ensure that the whole thinking and process of our youth has to do with innovation and business and how to grow the economy, as opposed for waiting to be employed. These things then become a reality, and they can become a reality.
Yes, they are because the government has now to invest in research and everything, so that they enable the farmers to achieve the goal. If you are doing dairy farming, how does government come in? It's not that government is the one now rearing the cattle and selling milk. No, you partner with government because they have facilities where you can go do your research. The government can help us get the market internationally. That's how the symbiotic relationship that we are talking about should exist. And we are looking at a lean government with working policies. We have a government that we want to sit down and say they should provide jobs. Actually, formal jobs only take up 20% of the working population. Where are we taking the 80%? Because they have to be absorbed somewhere. So we must not focus so much on what the government is not doing right, because we have already spoken about it.
Let me ask you something, Joachim. What is Safina's thinking on county governments? Let me explain to you why I'm asking. County governments were intended to be economic hubs.
Yes.
Not dens of thieves, as they have turned out to be. They were economic hubs. And if they were economic hubs, they would mean they are the engine that was supposed to uplift the economic well-being of this country. So, it is with that background that I'm asking the question, what is Safina's position on county
governments?
Yes.
You see, every county has their own unique ability to do things in their own way. So let's say, for example, we are talking about Busia. What has Busia been doing? That's where we say now, the national government is now to think of what is the economic activity in Busia. Even before it fell, what were they good at? Is it cotton? Is it fishing?
Everything you said is true. That's what they did, yes?
Yes. So where did we go wrong and how do we revive it? Because we do not want young people from Busia to come loitering in Nairobi looking for a job when they have a lot of potential happening in wasting away in Busia. When we look at the coastal line, what has been their problem?
Okay.
So we will seek to understand the uniqueness of every county. What can they do? Because when we say we are making credit available, now it's about every area to uniquely use the credit that they can access to solve the problem that is within their locality. Because when we talk about Bungoma, we've been big on sugar farming. What killed sugar farming? Is it lack of raw material?
Is it mismanagement?
No. Is it mismanagement? Yes. How do we come in and make sure that the people of Bungoma go back to the things they used to do that used to give them a living? I remember a while ago, ilikuwa mzazi akisikia wewe uko Nairobi na unasukuma mkokoteni, they will come for you. They actually take a bus and come to Nairobi and they will look for you mpaka wakupate. Wakuweke kwa gari wakwambie
wakurudishe ushago.
Wewe unafanya nini huku? Unasukuma mkokoteni. Aje. They take you back home. Because back home when you graduate from high school, you get into Nzoia Sugar. You can be given a job as a supervisor of cane cutters or weeders. There is some money you start generating immediately.
Within the industry in that county.
If you have an acre, you have planted sugarcane. That's what we used to do. There is a madam who used to walk around the village with clothes, new clothes selling. And if you didn't have money, she could still give you the clothes because she knows in 2 weeks' time,
utalipwa
na Nzoia Sugar, either as a cane cutter, a cane weeder, or mshahara kwamba miwa yako ilikatwa na umelipwa.
So you will have money.
She didn't have a problem of kukopesha wewe. Bora tu a note down kwa Maiko, nimepatiana nguo za 700.
Okay.
I used to be given money to go around and pay people because we could get it. So where did we go wrong? We're saying that the fall of these industries, the failure to take care of the cash of the vast raw materials that we have is what has brought us here. Now county governments have become impoverishing machines. Where the governor is only interested in how much do I make in a day? Where am I collecting money from? Like in this Nairobi City County, they are only interested in loading zones. They are interested in mashimo za matatu. That's where they are looking at. Every corridor has a matatu. If there was something to happen in Nairobi, there is no escape. Because everywhere you go, there is a matatu carrying from there. Why? Because someone is getting some money from that circle. we seek to make a country that has systems that work. That's where regulation comes in. That even as the private sector is seeking to invest in matatu, how do we regulate it to make sure it's not a mess? So everything works when we have money available for it, and there is no corruption that is happening. Because even as we seek to stop losing money through debt, it's actually corruption that makes us lose money through debt. Because if you can go and borrow 27 billion and say this is going to help us have 100% transition of the grade 10 learners, so that the parent does not pay anything. You have taken a loan on our name. Then you pocket the money.
Yeah.
Isn't that corruption?
It is corruption.
So people have been asking us, you don't only talk about debt. What do you say about corruption? But debt is a creation of corruption. So we are big on it.
Yeah.
So all these county governments have their unique way of doing things.
You know, one of the things that somehow does not seem to have been understood by very many of us Kenyans is that we actually did get a new constitution, and that new constitution purposed to remove not just power, but the economic activities from the central government to the counties. Because if you listen to our conversations, especially with regards to our elections, our focus seems to be on the presidency.
Yes.
That's where all the energy and all the discussions are. Yet, in my opinion, the focus ought to be on the governor and the county assembly.
Yes.
Because this is a unit that was brought for me and the area I come from to help us achieve the aspirations
of this area.
Yes, exactly. But we somehow we have we give
we
them
don't even
pass.
look at them.
No, we give them a free pass. We don't interrogate what they do with how they budget, what they do with our budgets, how they implement. So it's like all these monies that they get, which over the now 13 going to 14 years is in the trillions. We cannot actually give a fair account of where that money has gone and what has been done.
I was looking at the governor of Kitui, who spent 2.05 billion on his office out of an allocation of 9 billion. So 2.5, was it 9 or 6? 2.5 ni ofisi yake. Wakati unamuuliza, okay, governor, it's good we understand, but could you please tell us how you've spent the 2.5 billion?
In Kitui County.
In Kitui County. A county that has serious problems.
A county that receives equalization fund.
Yes. There was a day we had gone to bury one of the protest victims in Kavisuni.
Okay.
So we are headed to Kavisuni. Then the Google map tells us that 57 kilometers turn right.
Yeah.
Hey. 57 kilometers, and that road is a rough road. We get to Kavisuni. You see, that home I have never forgotten.
Okay.
The level, the living standards I saw there, they demand attention immediately. Nyumba hata ina mlango. And the young man from that home had been shot in Nairobi demonstrating against. Yes. And the governor who comes from that very area spends billions on things that you can't see. So what is the essence of a county government then? A county government should be understanding there are problems. If we have a problem of water in Kitui County, why don't we make it a priority?
Of which we actually do have a problem of water.
Yes. Why don't we make it a priority?
Yes.
A county government that has existed for 10 years, you can't tell me you've not just dealt with one problem and said, going forward, we no longer have this problem.
Ya maji tumesort. Wacha tungangane na zingine.
It has not happened. Because we have a country where people seek leadership positions for economic reasons, and not for a collective economic reason. It's for their own economic empowerment. We have made politics so lucrative more than even entrepreneurship.
Very true.
So when you see politics has now become two things: a source of massive income and a protection of the same loot. So when you are in active politics and you have skeletons in your closet that you do not want to be seen, when you are in private practice and you realize you've done some things,
unaingia siasa.
That's why you get a SportPesa CEO is looking to be a member of parliament. I think we should have a country where politicians resign from politics and go do business. Say, okay, I no longer want to be in parliament. Let me go and rear my chicken because it's profitable. But if the only thing that guarantees you to riches is politics,
you will definitely be in politics.
Yes.
You know, the focus of our politics is not on the welfare of the citizenry.
No.
The sovereign. No, it is not. It is not. Everything about our politics has to do with the incumbent and whoever it is that is proposing or purposing to remove them. And the conversation about the welfare of the Mwananchi is lost completely in that conversation. And this is year in, year out, year in, year out.
I saw an MCA campaigning with a manifesto of a president.
Yes.
An MCA speaking as if he's seeking to be president.
Yes.
So how will you bring free education as an MCA? I'm a letter bill for county government.
But you know, that goes to show you that either he doesn't understand his mandate or the people that he is hoping to represent do not understand what he can do for them.
Paul, just
and what he should be doing for them, yes.
Just listen to the conversations we have in the National Assembly and tell me the quality of those conversations and how the majority of those conversations actually benefit the Mwananchi.
No.
You know, it is strange when you find that you have representatives in that house who don't read, and there are many. Don't be fooled for a single second. This debate about clauses and what have you, it has to do with somebody's willingness to read, not ability. Most of them can read, but the willingness to just be
read.
informed.
Why should you?
Yes, exactly.
When you can just show up at a funeral and whip up emotions
and insult the opposition or insult the government.
On the day they passed the finance bill, there was this member of parliament called Nabi Nabuera.
Oh yes.
The camera zoomed in on him. He slept nearly the whole session.
That's he understands it.
So he woke up just to vote yes and drift back into his sleep. So people who elected Nabi Nabuera, do they know he's sleeping on the job?
Literally.
So as a member of parliament, do your people know what your mandate is? Because like we were asking questions about my friend Dede Nyoro, who behaved like a student who always answers questions during class, but does not show up on the day of the exam.
When he's most needed.
Yes. So you've been raising your hand, answering questions, but when the exam comes, you are nowhere. That is the time you should be in school. Even those who don't attend classes come to sit for exams. What is the workstation of a member of parliament?
Parliament.
It's parliament. We don't pay you to show up on TV. For me, I come here because it's the only platform I can get. You have a premium platform. The floor of the house, parliament. Then you only want to dominate TV interviews and press conferences and funerals, but you do not want to go where you are exactly assigned. And the people...
You know, Joachim, the questions and the issues that have arisen around the finance bill, in my opinion, this is some of the best things I've ever seen. For this reason, there's been a lot of debate, and the debate continues. But with the debate, we get to understand a great deal about our parliamentarians.
Yes.
We understand a great deal about the finance bill.
Yes.
What it says, what it doesn't say, what our representatives seem to understand it to be. But more importantly, it brings out what it is that we've curated our politics to be. There are people who, irrespective of what the truth is, they have a position they will not move from. There are those who, because they support the government, will never point to a failing and say,
no.
You know, here we failed. Here we need to do better.
I think,
yes. Then there are those who, it doesn't matter what the government does. The government is terrible. It is horrible. Mbaya kabisa. Now, if you align yourself with these two groups, either of each, what is it that you've actually done? You've suspended your faculties for thinking.
Yes,
completely.
What in my when I try to tell people on how to bring reform, even in Parliament, it does not begin at policy level. It's too late at that time. I think reform in Parliament should start at a political party nomination stage, where Safina is offering, we are presenting people, we are nominating them for a ticket to get to the ballot. Safina party members should be the ones deciding who gets to the ballot. Not just showing up to choose from what is already on the ballot. Because when you choose from what is already on the ballot, you've already lost the chance to decide the kind of person you want. So when the people understand they are all in bringing reform, we need to understand that the driver of our democracy is a political party. Let's say we had 20 members of parliament. If Safina had, I will tell you they will have voted no, with clear explanations, because that is the stand of the party, the direction, that due to reason A, B, C, D, we are voting no. But if we do not have a chance in deciding who gets to the ballot, and we show up at the ballot and all the four options we get are not what we want. So Safina party have brought a goon, DCP have brought their own goon, Jubilee have another thief. So you need to look at a lesser evil among these people. They are all bad, but who looks like he's a little bit better. So you vote for someone because he showed up with the meat, like what is happening in Ol Kalao. Wanakuja na nyama, unapewa kilo moja, unapita pale unapewa sukuma, unachukua nyanya pale. You remember what happened in Mbeere North?
Yes.
It is repeating itself in Ol Kalao.
Watu walipatiwa nyanya na sukuma.
Yes.
Sorry.
Even lollipop.
Thank you very much. I needed to point that out.
Peremende. Literally.
Yeah.
Kama wakoloni vile walikuwa wanapatia babu zetu peremende wakichukua dhahabu.
No, walikuwa na sugar.
Yes.
Sugar cubes. But niulize, did people refuse to take the peremende?
No, they did not.
Okay.
People lined up to receive that peremende.
I think it's an effect of poverty. Because because wewe ujakula nyama, because where I come from, nyama is a luxury. Ukikula nyama, ukikuwa kwa butcher unanunua nyama, mpaka mwenye butcher anakuuliza, leo mko na wageni? Because
naona leo mko na wageni.
Waje jamaa.
Umezoea kununua ya 50. But today suddenly you are buying 350.
Yes. Anakuuliza,
na leo kuna wageni.
Kuna wageni hata mkate. Mtoto akitoka kwa duka anaenda kwa nyumba na mkate, jirani anamuuliza mko na wageni. Because it's not something that is alafu wewe kwa rally ya politician umekuja na lori imesimama pale, mnapanga laini ukipewa nyama.
Yeah.
the effect of poverty will force you to accept the nyama. That's why
it will. It will.
That's why it's a problem. It's a problem.
Very true. Joachim Simiyu, thank you so much. Unfortunately, this is where we come to a stop.
Yes.
Kuna zile dakika nilikuwa nimekupotezea in the previous hour.
Yes.
At least I've recovered them.
Yeah, I have seen.
You've seen I've recovered. Thank you so much for coming. And we ask that perhaps the next time we come, Safina Party is represented here. We focus now on the real economic issues, because obviously Jimmy Wanjigi is big on this whole issue of debt and of course how to improve the economy.
Let me brag a minute before I go.
Yeah.
Please brag. In fact, as they call it, parting shots.
Yes. You see, among all the presidential candidates,
right,
and I have no malice against anyone, no one is talking about issues better than my party leader.
Okay.
No one. Because you can say you will bring free education. The question of how.
It's never answered.
It's never answered. For us, we have what to do and how to do it. So the Kenyan people, when they interrogate all these presidential candidates, the only person who has diagnosed the problem and prescribed a solution is my party leader, Jimmy Wanjigi. That's why we are saying, if you think not paying debt is not a solution, bring yours. Let us come here on this show and say, no, we will pay debt, but we will do A, B, C, D. If it makes sense to the Kenyan people, well and good.
Okay.
For us, we are saying, no, debt is a problem. It is no longer one of the issues. It is the only issue.
It is the problem.
It is the problem.
Okay.
So, John Badi was saying that America has 200 times debt to GDP. Who told you the issue of debt has anything to do with the GDP? How much percent of their revenue goes to debt payment?
Look at it this way. They borrow in a currency that they print.
Yes.
Yeah.
As Japan, as they have always told us, where do they borrow money? They borrow from their own companies in their own country.
In their own currency.
In their own currency. And how much percent of their revenue goes to debt payment? Is it 20? America, they are complaining, yet their percentage of their revenue to debt is 14. As we are almost 90. Then mtu anakuja anatuambia sijui present value terms, sijui a lot of jargons. So all these people combined cannot solve the problem. Wakuje hapa, hata President Ruto akikaa chini yeye mwenyewe aangalie hii situation, atapigia Jimmy Wanjigi.
We can't wait to see that day. All right, folks, here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Basic Education Principal Secretary John Ololtua has called for a national dialogue to address rising cases of student unrest in schools across the country. He noted that there have been 330 reported disruptions since late April, including 95 fire incidents and 18 student deaths. Speaking at the 49th Kenya Secondary School Heads Association Annual National Conference in Mombasa, Ololtua said the issue can be resolved if all education stakeholders work together through constructive engagement.
How many countries have you seen in the world where schools are being banned? How many have you seen? It must end. Because challenges will never end. In fact, if we continue burning our schools, destroying our schools because of challenges, then it means we shall do that until the time Jesus Christ comes. Because there is no society which can stay without problems. How many people have burned their fathers' homes or mothers' homes? How many?
Deputy Government Spokesperson Gabriel Muthuma has blamed a culture of negativity, misinformation and politically driven narratives for undermining public understanding of government programs and development initiatives, citing the Social Health Authority and major infrastructure projects. Muthuma argued that many Kenyans criticize policies without directly engaging with them, saying the no has become like the default setting.
We have another aspect, CT. of the nay. You want to say no, not because it is something that you fervently believe to be a thing that you're opposing for the good of the people you represent, but you're doing so to earn political mileage. Yes. I've actually seen it. No, like you see, it was very fashionable, like you just said, back then they say SHA is not working. But until you interact with that environment, that's when you realize, wait a minute, why have I been saying that SHA is not working? Number one, you've not been to a hospital. You don't have any.
Some of them haven't even registered for SHA.
Correct. And I remember I actually had a conversation with somebody who was saying SHA is not working. And I was trying to help them register. So I'm like, at what point did you realize SHA wasn't working? Because you've not interacted, number one, with the system. You've not gone to hospital. Where, at what point? You know? So see, this is what I'm saying. The no has become like the default setting.
Activists say planned demonstrations to honor victims of the 2024 and 2025 Gen Z protest will proceed as scheduled. They have warned against the use of force to stop what they describe as peaceful demonstrations and have also raised concerns over alleged plans to deploy guns to disrupt tomorrow's protest. However, the government has maintained that no protest will be allowed and warned that anyone taking part in the demonstrations will face heavy police action.
It is just a peaceful day. It is a day to remember. It's not a day to strike. It's not going to be a day to fight.
Those that are unable to come to Nairobi, go to the relevant police stations within your locality and share a flag. Wave the flag. Share the flower to show that we are spreading love as much as we are demanding justice.
We call upon young people across the country to live stream the event, take pictures, record videos, and share widely.
The International Maritime Organization says it will evacuate more than 11,000 sailors stranded in the Gulf due to the ongoing US-Israel-Iran conflict. IMO Secretary General Arsenio Dominguez says the large-scale evacuation will be coordinated with Iran, Oman and the United States, other coastal states and the maritime industry. He adds that safety guarantees have been secured and navigation conditions verified to ensure the operations can proceed safely. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. 17 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? This is Radio Generation. My name is Mongala Mbuvi and you are on the People's Breakfast. Kama kawa kama KCT Muga iko kwenye nyumba. Salamu ziwafikie. Also some folks I've seen here. For example, Omega is saying that he's watching all the way from Uyoma in a place called Ragengni. Bwana.
Ragengni. That is where the late Achingo Niko came from.
Aha.
Ni kwao.
Okay.
Nakueleza.
Yes.
Kama hujui.
All right. That is Ocheng. Ocheng has a very good discussion this morning. I have been following carefully from Uyoma Ragengni. Umesema is Ragengni.
Yes.
That is how you say it.
Their most famous son is the one I'm telling you, Achieng Oneko. Yule jamaa ambaye alifungwa na Kenyatta.
Yes.
Yeah. And who became a minister for information at independence.
Robotnik as well saying you can have the most brilliant economic strategies, but if the foundational plumbing, integrity, institutional trust and accountability is broken, the system just leaks out all the value. Willis Juma anasema Simiyu is really hitting the nail on the head. Enemy is poverty. Big T as well, habari yako. Omega amesema amesema vitu nikisoma nitakujua na Communications Authority, sote niachie hapo. Mwewe amesema this idea of idolizing the presidency should stop. It should be the first symbol of simplicity. I like that one Mwewe. And wale wengine, Brian Sumo asante sana, John Gugi asante sana, Big Screen, Big T as well. Karibuni tena sana. Now, let me introduce our guest in studio. This is Elisha Alam. Elisha Alam is organizer at youth group Amka Changamka. What a name. Like Jeff Koinago would say, what a name, bro. What a name. How are you doing, sir?
Niko salama.
Organizer at youth group Amka Changamka. It's called Amka Changamka.
Yes, Amka Changamka, #chukua hatua.
Yes. Hashtag ni chukua hatua.
Chukua hatua, yes.
Just let us know what your organization is all about.
All right. Back in 2024, so many young people came out na wakasema sisi tunataka kuchukua political power because our wazee wanakuwa wanatupima. And so many young people all of a sudden had the urge of occupying political spaces. And during that time, we formed so many movements around the Gen Z uprising.
Right.
One of them was a movement that I belonged to, was called the Revolutionary Gen Z Movement. So the Revolutionary Gen Z Movement took a skuma the whole of last year. Now that is 2025. Paka now this year. So this year, many of our comrades are now getting into the political party space.
Yes.
Because wanasema imebaki just 1 year to ingia election. This movement is not a political party, and to be at a better position of winning an election you need to be at on a political party. Si ukwe pedestrian ile mambo ya independent candidate.
Okay.
So wakaamua ku join those other forces. Mimi and some other people tukasema most of these political parties are just the same.
Yes.
Ni watu tu wale.
Yes.
We will try to push whichever way tunaweza to make sure that we champion ourselves outside political parties and to position ourselves better than even those people who are in political parties.
Okay.
And there is where Amka Changamka came. So Amka Changamka basically is a movement of the young people that is trying to encourage, because again, if you see what has happened from that time 2024 until now, so many young people came out na wakasema tunataka kuvai.
Yeah.
And now we are nearing hiyo time ya kuvai. And all of them are chickening out. And we tried to find out why.
Wait. Are they chickening out really?
Most of them. People whom I know. If you ask them, comrade, are you still going to vie? And I'm I will let you know. I'm still thinking.
Okay, so after research you found why is it that
we tried to find out, and that is why we birthed Amka Changamka. We found out that the logistics of running a campaign in this country, remember our campaigns have been intentionally made expensive.
Okay.
Out of reach of the young people who do not have deep pockets. So we said, let us encourage these young people. Kwamba we can get into this space. Number 2, let us create a network of young people all across the country so we can provide solidarity for one another. So wewe na 10 bob yako we can come na kusaidia kusukuma mambo huko kwako, and then now next day tunaenda kusaidia mwingine. So as we progress,
so it's like a merry-go-round
exactly
for aspirants.
Exactly. So as we progress, maybe we might get somewhere, and we might get some of our members actually getting to those spaces.
But they will be going to those places while they are in political parties.
No, not all of them. The people now whom we are working with, not all of them are in political parties. Because we do not discriminate if you are in a political party or not. In fact, we are saying as a strategy of the young people, we should get into those political parties.
All right. And we're talking about these established parties.
Exactly. We are talking
Wiper,
about
ODM,
Wiper,
Safina,
all those political parties.
Okay.
We are not discriminating. Tunakuwa wajanja hapa. Tunasema as a strategy of the young people,
ingia kwa chama
if you can. But kuna wengine maybe kama mimi wenye nasema Mimi Elisha Uchinga Lam, I still do not want to join a political parties, and number 2, I'm not really keen on vying as well. So I think I'm a better position of helping other comrades to vie, and maybe if we out of 100 we can get 10, that is a success.
Why not? Yeah.
Uching, tell me something.
Yeah,
you have stated that our political processes are extremely expensive.
Exactly.
These are my words.
Yes.
Because when you say they're out of the reach of the
common,
it means gharama ya kujihusisha na mambo ya siasa ni ya juu sana. Okay. What do you think is the narrative that makes it expensive? Because it is expensive, we understand, but it's supposed to achieve something.
And I believe the words that he used is that they have been intentionally made expensive.
Yes, which means there's a narrative that drives that process, and that makes it expensive.
Yes. Going back kwa historia yetu kama inchi, and I just want to go to a closer history time ya Moi. I don't want to go to during independence, because that would not really make sense.
Where? It makes sense.
It does.
Sema upendi tuendelee na Moi. Yes. Everything about our history makes sense.
All right.
Yes.
It will not really make sense in this context. That is what I mean.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So actually, all our history are equally important. Moi introduced kitu inaitwa Harambee.
Actually, it's Kenyatta who introduced Harambee.
Thank you.
Yes. Unaona history sasa?
And Moi
yes,
akaiendeleza kwa kishindo.
Alisukuma hiyo kitu.
Unaona?
Oh yes, alisukuma.
What did that introduce kwa akili ya mwananchi?
Politician ni mtu wa kukuja
Politician pesa. Ni mtu ako na pesa. He used to line people na ako na kikapu. And he says nani na hii pesa mostly hata si ya watu. Ukichunguza hii ni pesa wamejipea usiku.
Okay. Wakuje kutoa asubuhi.
Wamejipea usiku. Wewe utakuja na 10,000, you will come with 10,000, another 5,000, wewe utakuja na 2,000. So once washajipea hiyo pesa, alafu all of them now are there, the ministers and the members of parliament who are aligned to him, wanakaa alafu anasema hii kijana kutoka Kitui ameleta
Elisha ametoa
10,000. Moja, mbili. So people clap. What this introduced to the minds of a common Kenyan in the village is that mwanasiasa ni mtu akona pesa, mimi ni beggar. So our Kenyan people have been reduced to a mentality of thinking that they do not have power to champion for themselves, to look for their own resources, but they have been turned into begging. And it continued up to a point mahali tulipata hii kitu inaitwa CDF.
And actually, Elisha, on that same note, it conditioned a lot of voters to think Elisha amekuja hapa hajatuachia kitu, lakini Mbuvi amekuja ametoa 10k. So Mbuvi ndio kiongozi.
And Mbuvi ndio will be at a better position of helping us and championing for our interest akienda pale juu. So ni mbegu imepandwa kwa akili ya mwananchi. Kasumba ikishawekwa kwa akili yako wewe sasa unaona
imetoka kwa mbegu ikawa
kasumba.
So ni mbegu ya kasumba.
Wewe unaona kazi yako ni you are at the mercy of a politician. Na yule mwenye ako na pesa. Wakati tumefika around the time of now Kibaki, was it the Grand Coalition government? NAC.
Yes.
They introduced
was it the Grand Coalition was the NAC one or
the Rainbow?
The Rainbow.
Ile ya Raila na Moi ilikuwa inaitwa nini?
Gani?
Ile ni cooperation.
Ile ya Moi na Raila.
The Moi and Raila was it was called something. There's a name it was given.
I forget what it was called.
Cooperation.
It was called cooperation. No, Raila alifold chama yake.
Akaingia huko na akapewa SG of the party.
Of the Government of National Unity or something of the sort. Anyway, I'm forgetting.
So these people introduced. Remember, we are already having a kasumba ambayo inasumbua common man. Anajua ya kwamba mwanasiasa ni mtu ya kumsaidia. Yeye ana nguvu. And the only person mwenye anaweza msaidia ni ile akona pesa zaidi. You get? Tukafika tukaintroduce kitu inaitwa CDF. So yule mwanasiasa akona pesa anaweza jenga hata shule. It got to a point now that we have now the bursaries. Hapo ndio sasa ikaribu kila kitu.
Yep.
Bursaries ikaonyesha wa mama zetu ya kwamba nyinyi venye tumekuwa tukiwaambia ya kwamba you do not have power. Indeed you do not have power. So we can take the government money, give it to an MP line you kwa shule and give you a check upeleke kwa government school. It doesn't make any logical sense. Pesa inatoka kwa serikali. Nyinyi mnapigishwa mstari. Wanaibisha wa mama zetu kwa sababu hawana, wameshapandishwa mbegu ya kwamba they do not have, they do not belong, hawana nia, hawana njia yoyote. Wao ni beggars literally. So wa mama zetu wanapanga maline, wanapigishwa mstari, kupewa check ya 3,000, kupewa check ya 5,000 ili wapeleke kwa government school.
Okay.
So hiyo ikaonyesha ya kwamba wanasiasa ndio wako na nguvu wa kutusaidia, na wale ambao wanaweza tusaidia ni wale wako na pesa zaidi na wale wako na influence. So Ochieng Alam who might equally help but ana pesa, anaonekana, in fact this is what they say and Raila used to say this ya kwamba farasi ni ngapi?
2.
All the other ones are donkeys. Right now if I go to my home county ya Migori na niseme I'm vying, probably I would vie for Senate. I've shown interest to vie for Senate in Migori.
Okay.
Obado is vying, the former governor. And we also have other chunk of old politicians who are
Obado
also
is vying for governor.
For Senate.
No, senator.
Senate.
Yes.
Sorry, I meant Senate, yes.
Yes.
This is the same Obado.
Yeah, the same Obado.
Na kesi yuko.
Yes. Okay. The same one. So, wataangalia how Obado is capable to run his campaign, because he will be running his campaign with guzzlers and anawapea pesa, akifika hivi kila mtu lazima toke na punch na nini, unaona?
Sorry, punch ni pesa ngapi?
500.
Okay. Na 1,000 ento nini?
1,000 tunaita 2,000.
It's not a double punch.
No.
Ukitaka unaweza ita double punch, haina shida.
Hata bado unaweza sema bob moja. Mimi wakiniona kwa barabara, probably I will be going with maybe a motorcycle and I will have some few friends, maybe wale tulikuwa nao shule, maybe wako na pikipiki wanisaidie. A very small squad. Wananiuliza, they are not even sure that is the mwananchi. Are you really vying?
Uko serious na hiki kitu?
Uko serious na hiki kitu? Si makosa yao. Ni kitu wamesha fundishwa. They have been conditioned into
ile kasumba sasa.
Exactly. They have been conditioned into thinking that whoever can amount big campaign, that is the leader. And this is even happening on our social life.
Ochieng nikuulize.
Yes.
Kwani hao wananchi?
Yes.
Hii kasumba iko na nguvu sana. Yaani we've been electing people. Wachana na hii mkondo mfumo wa the new constitution. No. Ama huu wakati wa ugatuzi tuachane na hiyo. Let's go back to multipartyism. We've been electing leaders throughout this period.
Yes.
And you're saying the take home message that voter amekuwa nayo ni kwamba mtu ambaye anaonekana akona pesa kupatia watu is the best leader. And yet we have seen it is not the case. Yes. Na bado tuko tu hapo tu.
And even in 2027, I'm telling you, young people, that this thing we are not changing. There is a Kenya that we want. There's a society that we want to build. We are not yet there. So
Why?
right now, we are not yet there.
Why?
We are not yet there.
Why?
You just saw the other day we had by-elections. What are the tools that the society has provided us? One, tools of violence. So if you want to get into politics, you must also strategize how you are going to be violent. Because if you are not, let's assume you are a godly man, wewe utaki mambo, you have only one thing. Utapigwa into submission.
Okay. Na watu ambao wanapiga watu you people, nyinyi watu young, si ni kweli?
Exactly. Young people.
Wewe siti una nguvu ya kuchapa mtu wewe.
Wacha hata ya kuchapa mtu, ya kukimbia. How is it that you want change and that you are yet the perpetrators of the status quo? Why?
Yeah. This is what happens. Na venye tu nimekuambia, all these things ni vitu zimewekwa tu intentionally.
It's called tunaita conditioning. You've been conditioned.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me explain why I'm asking the question, right? The county you come from, inakuwa na level ingine ya violence ambayo siona mahali pengine. I've worked in that county, so I know. But what you are absolutely right about is poverty.
Yes.
Because people don't have very many options. The young people, is the options are okay now. What do I do with my life? What do I do next? Iyo hawana.
Yes.
Okay? And you are right when you say the politicians, the incumbent and the wannabe, this is what they prey on. It's like they want young people to continue being in the position they are in.
Exactly.
Now, remember I asked you about the narrative. Is it possible to create a narrative that doesn't talk about money which is doled out kwa kikapu kipewa, but talks about economic development that features what you actually have? Sio ati kitu ambayo inatoka mahali. Let me talk, say for instance, mambo ya farming sugarcane. Okay? Pale sehemu ya Awendo sio iko mingi. Okay?
Actually, I come from Awendo constituency.
Don't tell me you come from Rapogi.
No.
Where do you come from?
Yeah, around the Dede area. Closer to Rongo town.
I know to town. Sasa, do you know what the sugar industry can actually do? And what it is that plant can actually do? It's one of those very, very few plants that can be used in its entirety. Yani hakuna kitu inatupwa. If you go to the county I come from, which is called Moroni, I mean Kisumu County, but my constituency,
Moroni,
there is, we have the largest number of sugar factories in that place.
Exactly.
Tuko nazo nyingi.
Tuko concentrated in one area.
One constituency. Yes. One. Now, there is one factory, that has demonstrated what I am saying. It is profit making. It's a private entity. It's profit making, but the real profit is not made in selling sugar. No, the real profit is made in selling alcohol. Now, when I say alcohol, I don't mean pombe ya kukunywa, but I mean the industrial alcohol that is used in very many other things.
They call it spirit.
Ndio hiyo. Number one. Number two, residue, ile maganda ambayo inatoka, is what they also use for fuel. Okay? Now, anything that is already local is understood. People grow up seeing it. Sugarcane made farmers money at some point. I know because I come from an area where there's sugarcane. But I also know now that some of the poorest people we have are sugarcane farmers. Now, you as a politician, because you are a politician, how do you utilize what is already available? How do you communicate to young people to understand that this poverty doesn't have to be the end of the story? Something else can happen. And that something else was brought about by the county governments. Have you ever seen youth in your county participating in asking, because the county government is supposed to talk about the budget, they're supposed to publicly engage the public in participating, just the way unaona here national government. And it is supposed to be a question where people say, hii ambao mmesema hii ni nini? I know the counties never do it. Let me ask. If you looked at the amount of money that the county gets and your politics was around how this money should be utilized and how it can help, do you think people might be willing to listen to you?
Let me put something straight. That the so-called young people are fighting. Some are consciously aware of what our fight is.
They are.
But there is another huge population, regardless of whether they went to school or not, who are sleeping on a slumber land.
Yani kwa ufupi hawana habari.
Yeah.
These people
clueless,
hawana mwelekeo,
have been deceived into believing ya kwamba when a politician is closer to me, I'm better off getting development than when tuko na president ya mcoast. It doesn't matter huyo mcoast, the policies ya huyo mcoast ama the policies ya huyo mtu wako karibu na yeye.
Yeah.
Number 2, we are trying to fight a system that has enrooted itself into the cradle of our society. A system that has been there for decades. So we are not going to uproot it just in 2027. This is a long journey. That is why Amka Changamuka, we are thinking of how we are going to deal with even post-election 2027. Because without that, we cannot all achieve what we want right now. Most of our, we might gain a morsel or two, pick some few fruits. But we must have also a long-term plan. Maybe the short-term plan is Ruto must go. Very obvious. But what is our long-term plan? Because our long-term plan is what he's talking about. It's putting a mwananchi into a position of understanding what is the role of our county government. How do we differentiate the county government from the national government? What should I ask Ochilo Ayako if he is my governor? And what should I ask William Ruto, who is the president? What should I ask my MP and my local MCA? What are the difference? And like I say, we are not there yet. And we are getting there someday. I believe because Waswahili wanasema panania kuna njia.
Yes, yes, that's what they say.
Where there is a will, there is a way.
That's the word, right?
Yes, yes.
We have the will.
Change is a strange thing. What you're right about is that it always takes time, because even the status quo that you're speaking of, I still remember how money as we know it and the giving and taking of it was introduced in Luo Nyanza politics when they were fighting Kanu. That government would not allow you, multi-party had come in, they would not allow you to hold meetings. To hold a meeting, you need to get permission of the chief. The chief was never going to give you permission. So it does not really matter. So the only place they could speak was at funerals. I remember attending funerals, and then that's when I heard of the term taxpayer. And I asked, taxpayer, I was told, listen, what the politicians would do, this is a funeral. That's when funerals became an entertainment place in large numbers. They say, there are people who are going to come with money. Take it. That money is money that you pay for tax. It is your money. You're not taking his money. He is giving you your money. So take it. Now, once you get people accustomed to taking money, because Kanu was giving people money. So people get to a point where they expect the money. Prior to that, the people who got elected were people whom the community liked. Either he was an outstanding, a former, many of them were walimu. A teacher.
Somebody who was exiled on what he does,
and people know him.
Yes.
And they it was usually him. Or
this were outstanding people in the society.
That's why they got elected.
Yes.
And many of them did not disappoint.
Exactly.
They actually, and the people you saw in the community, you saw them on Sunday at church, and they were very approachable people. They are people you saw.
Exactly.
This change, I saw it. I could not envision what it could become. Now I see what it has become. Because it is like every time you talk to someone about our politics and say, do you think it is possible to politic and you don't have money? In fact, you don't even feel you know it, you can't. And yet, actually, in my opinion, you can. You know why? You don't need 10,000 or 100,000 people to believe that what you're saying is the way forward. Even if it's just 2 people, it's good enough. You know why? That's a starting point. When there's nobody who believes, then it is an uphill task. But if there are people who are already inclined to believing that it is actually possible to do certain things. This same Raila that we keep speaking of, if there's a man who kept swimming against the tide, when he went into LDP, remember, Ford Kenya was his father's party. And when the election was near, he had already parted ways and disagreed with them. The question that was being asked is, what is wrong with this person? I mean, what is wrong with him?
They don't make sense.
Yes.
Why he would leave his father's party?
But yes, exactly.
Established one.
Yes, I mean, why then he wants to challenge Ford Kenya, which everybody knows is the next government. I mean, why is he, my friend?
Yeah.
He wiped the floor with all the leaders who are known in that region. His party won. You could say the time for change had come. You could say he resonated with a certain cadre of individuals in that region, but he never looked back until the day he died. Now, what am I saying? You don't need 100 examples. No, you don't. There was a politician in the coast, Malindi. I speak about this man very often because he fascinated me. It's called Bobby Tuva. Bobby Tuva was a teacher at Shimalatewa. Went into politics, Malindi Central. He was the MP. Do you know what this man did? You know, you're talking about the 70s and 80s, not at E. This man got his electorate to form SACCOs, and they actually bought shares in a beach hotel in Malindi. They had a bus company. They had shares in the cashew nut factory in Kilifi. Bwana, this is a man who was doing things that other people could not even imagine. He didn't campaign with money. In fact, people wanted him. He left teaching because people said, no, we want you to be. And again, he did not disappoint. There are leaders like that whom you look at and you realize this person was actually a change agent. There's a guy called Nicholas Biwott who was referred to as a total man. I mention him because most people mention him when they want to say something negative about him. But Keio, the place he came from, he was highly thought of because of the things it is reported he did, making sure children went to education, to change. He lost when change came and probably he hadn't realized. And the person who beat him was Murkomen. The history of our country is replete.
That's ridiculous, though.
Yes, it is. It is. What that man did.
You see,
what is ridiculous is the person that replaced him.
Yeah, the fact that revolution can sometimes do not see
yes
the importance.
Yes.
And this one's happened in revolutions world over.
Yes.
Sometimes you may think you are having a leap. Kumbe
unarudi nyuma. When you look at our politics, you can go around the country and I assure you, you can pick out people. This guy called Abdul Somad Sharif, his father, he was a Kanu hawk.
I remember Sharif Nasir.
But if there was a man who seemed to have the pulse of the people at the coast, it was him. He knew this community, Armanyalas, when they have a funeral, or Nikama Jaluo, they need support. He'd organize vehicles for them to take their people. He organized bursaries long before CDF. I'm simply saying there are people whose work was fantastic and amazing. But there were others who are known to be people who fought for change. Their economic transformational agenda may not have been grand, but they stood for change and they would stand even against a government. There's a guy called Serone. Serone came from the areas of Nandi. Even, this is the Moi era. These are people who did not mind telling the president, I think, no, you're wrong here. The lady called Chelagat Mutai. All I'm saying is, we've had leaders in this country who stood for something. And you saw they actually stood for something. The vast majority were there, and it's like they were never there because somehow elections came, went, and you have to think, hey, whatever happened to so and so? Meaning there's nothing significant that somebody did. What is unfortunate is this. If you come from a sugar growing area, you have to ask the leaders who preceded the ones who are here, how did they watch this industry dying and that was the bloodline of your people? How? Because it didn't die overnight. It was successful, then it started dying. People started bringing in cheap sugar, and then they started using the factories as packaging plants for sugar which was brought from outside the country, and so the industry itself died. Who is going to plant sugarcane when it takes you 18 months for the thing to ripe? Then you wait for another 2 years to be paid. Who's going to bother?
Itakuwa ngumu.
Now, That's where leadership comes in. Sometimes people need to be reminded. And this time we're in is an advent of change for the simple reason that for the first time in the history of our country, over 75% of those who are in this country are young.
Speaking of which, tomorrow young people are planning to do this Gen Z march. What is Amka Changamka's role in any of it, if at all there is?
Yeah, we are going to play a bigger role. But before I get to that, let me just reaffirm on what he has just said.
Carry on.
And especially drawing a sample from Luo Nyanza. Luo Nyanza used to produce the most brilliant politicians in the country, in the history. And something changed when Raila got to hold the leadership of Luos. And we no longer produced so much brilliance and so much people who would help development, people who would help the people.
Yes.
This is the point where if you are a development
conscious person,
unaanguka. And Raila made sure that umeanguka. They start, and I'm not blaming, because these are things which are out there, everybody can dig and see. They start some fictitious fights which are not there. Unasema hata huyu alikuwa na Moi and vitu zingine hata zingine,
and that's it.
Unaona? So Raila needed people who would not challenge him, in as much as he was a very good organizer, and that is what Raila was good at. I know that there are so many praises around the aura of Raila, but he was a good organizer. We give him that. But he made sure that you would not challenge him. So when you see Dalmas Otieno Nyango is development conscious, like he says, he will make sure that Dalmas does not get to that seat. Anasema Dalmas anakuwa kwa mo, and he brings you people like Ochila Yako, who is going to work with the people in government, the cartels, to bring sugar to collapse Sony Sugar. And if you get to understand what time did Sony Sugar collapse, is from the 2022-2027. That is when we had the serious downfall of Sony Sugar.
Okay.
And this example, you can draw it to many other constituencies in Nyanza. So sometimes those are just the nature of a politician and how they want to organize themselves and the people they want to associate with. Okay. Back to your question about, I don't know if you want to add something. It appears.
No. You see, I am listening to what you're saying, and the unfortunate thing about our politics, Luo Nyanza politics was predominantly about how it is we were denied positions of leadership and how we must get it. Predominantly. The issues of development and the focus would come much, much, much later.
Exactly.
But a lot of what was at the heart of the politics was the marginalization and why it was where we are and why we must continue fighting so that we actually get to our rightful place. Let me air my view on this particular subject. When you are privileged, at independence, there are two tribes that more or less determined what happened in this country. It was the Kikuyus and the Luos. I don't think at that point in time they saw or understood that they were privileged. Very privileged when others were not. They were by far the largest, and they also had the most educated people. So it made sense for them to be in government. But when problems arose and one community was out of power, that is when the understanding of marginalization began. But let me add a rider to it. Sometimes it isn't entirely marginalization, it is that you've lost privilege. When the Moi government came in, there are many people who come from the central region who said they were being marginalized. Yes, some were, but the position of privilege had gone.
Yeah.
So that is what you're dealing with.
No, to make it simpler,
yeah.
Even right now, if you see the level of misinformation being peddled in our matangas at Ushago, that we have chased all Kikuyus from government. And this government is now for the Luos.
Even if
no, that is what is going on in the matangas at home.
Okay.
There is no other politics. In fact, they are saying, and by the way, they do not have any excuse if our people are not feeling well. They do not have an excuse if some mother at home is going hungry with her children at home. Because right now we are not at the suffering point. We are not at the receiving end. We are at a position of privilege, like he's saying. So, remember there were times that the Luo community had those called people in government positions. But right now, it is being fashioned like it is the only time we are getting these people.
Actually, it doesn't matter who has been in power. People who come from the Luo nation have always been in government in one way or the other. There's no time they were not. The complaint around the time when Jomo Kenyatta and Raila Odinga's father disagreed, they were removed. But it was not just Luos who were removed from positions of authority or in government. People who supported KPU, and it didn't matter. People like Bildad Kagea supported KPU.
KPU here is
Kenya People's Union. Yes, exactly. If you are seen as a Jaramogi supporter, either you marked time, your position, you never went beyond a certain position, unakaa tu hapo, or you are urged out quietly. If you were to change for people who will support you, why do you think a new president comes in and comes with his own people? He appoints one, so he appoints. Why do you think they do that? Those positions had people who had been working there before.
Yeah.
Yes. So when you look at our politics, the larger question you want to ask right now is not, is it working? Is it working for the people who are the vast majority and they are the youth? Is it working? And the answer will be no, it is not.
So, June 25th, tomorrow.
June 25th. Yeah, June 25th has always been a time. If there is one date that President William Ruto would want to forget, and the date is so stubborn, it has refused to go away,
it's tomorrow.
It's June 25th. To me, I think that was the day, the downfall of William Ruto. And this is the day that is going to get him out of the office.
All right.
Do you think it could also mark a day when, if he was willing and able to actually bring about change in his government's way of dealing with these things? Because something happens, it is a terrible event, we remember things that happened. Is it also an opportunity for change?
You know, when William Ruto came to power, so many Kenyans had hopes in William Ruto. And even the people who didn't vote for him, like myself, I didn't vote for him not because, I think I didn't vote for him because I thought he was more evil than Raila Odinga. Because even by that time I was not really supporting Raila Odinga. But since I ended up with Raila Odinga and William Ruto in the ballot, I had to make a choice. So I voted for Raila Odinga. Now, you know, I've always been on the politics of not liking Raila Odinga.
Why?
Okay.
I don't know. It is just, I try to scrutinize how he has been doing things.
Yes.
And I try to find out, why do we celebrate so many jobless young people when they crowd your rally at Uhuru Park on a working day? And I've always made offense with that. That does not mean you are a successful leader. You are a failed leader. Because in the capital city, miles away from where you come from, you can still have thousands of your tribesmen joining you in a rally on a working day, and they don't bother because they don't have jobs. You have failed as a politician, and that has been my biggest problem.
Are you saying that majority of the folks that would come to his rallies at Uhuru Park or wherever, Kamukunji, Kibra, majority of them were his kinsmen, his tribesmen?
Majority, thank you for that word. Majority were Luos.
Okay.
But there are also another bigger chance who are lawyers. Because lawyers have also supported, they did support Raila Odinga.
Okay.
Raila Odinga is a Luo, a Sakwa like me. I'm also from Sakwa, though I'm from South. Sakwa Kadera is from Sakwa Bondo. So our history date back to the lawyer community. We are linked to the lawyer community. Wanasema tulitoka kwa waloya.
Okay.
Mnatoka kwa the kingdom of the
Wanga. Yes. So we are not really, but we are Luos though. So
bwana wewe ni Odhiambo ama ni Ochieng?
Ochieng.
Wewe ni Ochieng.
Yes.
Twende.
So William Ruto had the chance of helping this country. In fact, some of his policies hata watu ambao hawakuwa wanamsupport, when during campaigns you do not really take keen look into someone's manifesto. When you are not supporting them, you think hizo vitu nitakataka chana huyo mtu. Unaona? But after the election you come back and look at his manifesto and look at it and say this guy can really transform this country. He's saying we are not going to borrow.
Yeah.
He's saying now the Kenyans will be funding their own budget. He's saying we are going to cut our coat according to our size. What happens after is what has destroyed William Ruto. And I'm saying authoritatively that William Ruto is destroyed. It's a gone case. It's someone who is just waiting to go home. And is going to go home as one of the... there is this... it's not really a saying that let me put it plainly because I don't remember that exact words, that we only see good in a person when they are gone.
Yeah.
And some people think that we will see good in William Ruto
once he leaves office.
That is when we will reflect and remember the Israelites. If you read the Psalms, I grew up in a Seventh-day Adventist home. I'm not really a religious person though.
Oh, you're religious, all right. If you know the book of Psalms, you're religious.
The book of Psalms, I've also studied comparative religion, so I did. So, the book of Psalms 137, ukiangalia hapo, Wanaisraeli, wakati walifika Babylon, they started reflecting and thinking, and there have been so many famous songs, especially here in Kenya. Wanasema, kando ya mto ya Babeli, there is where we tulikaa. And tukakumbuka when we were in Zion. And we wept. When we remember how Uhuru Kenyatta used to stand on a podium and speak as a statesperson. And we compare him with the stories of Bunwasi za William Ruto. We weep as a Kenyan people. When we see how Kibaki, without so many promises, without lies on a podium, actualized his projects, actualized his some of his manifesto, tunalia. Na hiyo wimbo inasema tukalia sana tulipo kumbuka Zayuni, sisi tukalia Wakatoliki ndio wanaimbanga hivyo. So some people think that we will weep when we remember William Ruto, but no.
You know, the same was said about Moi. People even threw mud at his vehicle.
Yeah.
When Kibaki.
And eggs.
Yes. 1 year later. 1 year later, he was the most popular person in the country. You know, there's something that we talk about in this studio, Chieng, and that is having an honest conversation.
Exactly, yeah.
The bigger problem we have here, ni deni. And that deni, we put at Uhuru's doorstep namna hii. William has contributed his nicely. But the debts that we are paying for now were taken by
Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yes. Kuna zingine za Kibaki na kadhalika, but Uhuru is the one who made us understand.
And we should not excuse William Ruto whenever we are talking about Uhuru Kenyatta's government.
Why? Because he was a deputy.
Not really a deputy. This is what you do when you think the policy of somebody you started a journey with are not working as per the agreement you made to the people. The honorable thing Jaramogi did Na akasema ita press na akasema I'm no longer making impact. That is the words of Jaramogi. And for that reason alone, I do not want to continue receiving Kenyan people money while I'm not delivering on my mandate. Let me resign. An honorable person, mtu ya church, kama William Ruto, anaenda kanisa analia. He literally cries in the podium. Mshaona video zake. And they are big, good actors. Even his the wife, anampanguza. They know they are acting. Ni craft. That kind of a person, if you are truly a man of God, the honorable thing he would have done ni kutoka kwa hiyo serikali, because he was not making impact. But the fact that he stayed for 10 years, he has no excuse. So whenever we are talking about the failures of Uhuru Kenyatta, which are so many, the deaths, the killings at Rivayala, the killings, myself, when we went to escort Raila from airport to come to town, akitoka ngambo, baba anarudi home. You have heard of that song, Baba is coming back home.
Baba while you are away.
Baba while you are away.
Yes.
My comrades ambao tulitoka nayo hapa were shot. In that afternoon alone, we lost over 20 people. Just along that route, ndio ufike hapa town. Fred Matiang'i was
Minister for Interior.
William Ruto was the deputy president. Uhuru Kenyatta was the president. These people cannot excuse themselves. Why, he asked me, why do I sometimes is bitter with Raila Odinga? Raila Odinga never did what we are doing right now.
Which is?
Raila Odinga, when he got into all these corporations, into these BBIs, into these handshakes, he forgot some of his soldiers. He never remembered that these people have been loyal. When he got to be to handshake with Uhuru Kenyatta, in all that package of their agreement, he did not mention how are my people who were shot, how are my people who are living with bullet wounds were going to be taken care of.
Okay.
That if he mentioned that and he was honest, because you can mention for the paper, that is fine. But if you are really honest about it,
you follow it
that
up.
Was the time that we should have seen Raila Odinga helping to champion for the rights of those people who we lost. And this is why some of those old politicians who have been there from Lunyans are bitter with the Gen Z. And they remind Gen Z, you know, sisi tumekuwa tukikufa. It is true. That one afternoon in 1959, so many Luos were killed. In a single afternoon, over 50 Luos were killed in Kisumu in 1959.
60.
Yes.
60, not 50, 60.
69. They were killed, mpaka walikuwa wanaua watu past Kisumu towards his area. In that one afternoon. So it is not lost on us that Luos have been on the receiving end of all injustices that we have been happening in this country. But who has actually been there to champion for their right when they actually have the privilege, when they actually have the voice? When we are talking about the 1997 cooperation government of Raila Odinga and Daniel Arap Moi, what was the arrangement to make sure that those people who have suffered, those people who are detained, those people who are killed, were actually taken care of? So that is why when the Gen Zs, we are saying, we are not going to forget about Rex Masai. We will name them on the 25th. We are not going to forget Denzel Omondi. We will name Denzel and shout his name on 25th. They are so bitter with us. They are telling us, sisi hata tumekuwa tukikufa. And we have never, it has never been on this level ya kuleta siji chaos because of death of some few people. It is not some few people to us. These were our comrades. Watu tulikuwa nao kwa barabara. It could have been me. I most of the time and all the time look at that video of Eric Shieni. On that crowd, I still see myself on that crowd because there is where hata mimi nilipita nikitoka parliament. I was there. That bullet could have struck any of us, me included. And I'm not going to forget Eric Shieni, because what would I have wanted Eric Shieni to forget about me if I could have died that day? So since they were playing politics, kwa sababu wao ni mambo ya kisiasa, wow, they take advantage of the jobless young people, they take them to the street, they are killed. Once they get their share of the government, they forget about you, they look for another war. For us, we were not playing politics. We were championing for democratic rights, the rights enshrined on our Constitution 2010, and we are not going to forget about our comrades.
Okay. So tomorrow, is there a place where you're meeting, or you're meeting in different places? Kila mtu aende kwa ama itakuwa
let this be clear to the nation. My capacity as the organizer, Amka Changamka,
ndio hiyo.
I address the nation now.
Amka Changamka na twende kazi.
Chukua hatua.
Ndio hiyo.
We know that there is the state is organizing violence on the people who will be coming out to commemorate tomorrow. We are aware. And we are asking our people all over the country that do not be afraid. Because when you are afraid, all this violence is being channeled so that you fear, so that you don't stand out, so that you don't ask for your rights. We are encouraging every young person to join us tomorrow. Tutoke nje. We are not protesting. We are commemorating. This is a solemn moment for us. It is not a moment where we laugh, where commemoration is not celebration. We are not celebrating. We are going to remember these people. And remembering these people is so dear to us. Most people who died, and I'm talking to my Luo people, remember in 2024, Raila Odinga had not made any deal with William Ruto. The Luo community was still out of that so-called government. Most of the people who went and died kwa hiyo maandamano, if you read those names, were not Kikuyus, were not Kambas. You will see a huge chunk of those people called Otieno, Owino, Onyango, Alam, like myself. So when we say that we are going to remember these people, shame on all politicians from the lowland who are standing on a podium and telling a mother who lost his son kwa maandamano ya 2024 that you do not have a right to remember your son, because right now we are eating. So usitoke nje. Shame on those politicians.
Okay.
For us, for the young people all over the country, for the conscious young people all over the country, we will remember. We are going to come out. If you are unable to come out, washa candle kwa nyumba yako. Stay at home. Tomorrow is a holiday, unofficially.
Haya. Elisha, thank you so much. This is where we come to a close as far as the conversation is concerned, and we wish you all the best as far as Amka Changamka is concerned. Please tomorrow also remember to be safe.
Alright.
No matter what. Wanasemanga karada sababu huwezi jua mwenye kanda yako akona nia gani ama namna gani.
But what you said, which has to be given not just consideration but thought, is that we should not forget those who have been lost in the pursuit of the fulfillment of our 2010 constitution. Exactly. We must not forget them.
Kweli. Hapa kuna watu walikuwa wameniambia nikijaribu kukukata time watanisalimia. So tafadhali msinisalimie. Nimepatia Elisha wakati wake. So Elisha again, utakuja utambie amka changamka na ukuje na wengine wenzako tafadhali. I would like to see these young folks, that especially those ones that you have said who are brave enough to actually go for these positions.
There is a good comrade I would want you guys to host. James Mulamba.
James
Mulamba.
James.
He's going to come here.
Sawa sawa.
Asante sana.
Folks, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow ni sisi tutakuwa hapa kazini. Elisha amepea Wakenya wengine holiday, lakini sisi tutakuja kazini.
Yes. Good. See you tomorrow. Inchi. Asante sana.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Commuters will continue relying